will call upon the Senator for Nairobi City County, the Honorable Edwin Sifuna, under 1 minute to extend the word of welcome. You may proceed, Honorable Senator.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. On behalf of my colleagues here and the entire House, I want to join you to welcome the students from State House Girls. To the Senate, I am hoping that they get opportunity to be able to learn whatever it is that they can learn in the short period that they will be here. Honorable Speaker, you know there is a Swahili saying, tenda wema nenda zako. There is people who claim Sifuna has never built a single toilet in this county. If these students of State House Girls were to speak, they would tell you what the Senate office in Nairobi has done in their school in appreciation of the good work that the teachers are doing there, in appreciation of what the teachers and the students have done in terms of being a stellar institution in terms of education in our county. So I also want to say that I hope as your senator I don't cause any embarrassment to you, that you are proud of the work that I do on your behalf, on behalf of your parents who elected me. I wish you all the best in your studies. Best believe that you can become anything that you want to become in life, for as long as you're able to take everything in its stage. Right now you are in school, you focus on that, and surely God will come through for you in whatever dreams that you have. Thank you very much, and I'm hoping that we can see each other behind the tent, because the senator of Nairobi is not like the senator from any other county. Watoto wa Sifuna. Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
Next order.
Order number 3, messages. Order number 4, petitions. Order number 5, papers.
The Chairperson Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights, or any member of that committee.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 11th March 2026. 1. Report of the Auditor General on the special audit on the
Senator Lelegwe, I had called the chairperson in charge of JLAG, or any member of that committee. Are you a member of JLAG? Then wait for your turn. Senator Karen Nyamu, are you a member of JLAG?
Yes, I am.
Then proceed to table the report.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I beg to lay the following paper on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 11th March 2026. Report of the Standing Committee on Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a petition to the Senate by Honorable Isaiah Maina, a member of the County Assembly of Nandi County, representing all Esson wards on proposed amendments to the County Government Act, Cap 265. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Senate Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to lay the following papers on the table of the Senate today, Wednesday, 11th March 2026. 1. Report of the Auditor General on the special audit on the affordable housing program, project status as at 31st March 2025. 2. Report of the Auditor General on the performance audit report on the provision of bursaries and scholarships by County Government of Kilifi. And 3. Report of the Office of the Auditor of the Control of Budget on the National Government Budget Implementation Review for the first 6 months of the financial year 2025-2026.
Next order.
Order number 6, notices of motion.
The Chairperson, JLAG.
Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the following motion, that the Senate adopts the report of the Standing Committee of Justice, Legal Affairs and Human Rights on a petition to the Senate by Honorable AJAABU Maina, a member of the County Assembly of Nandi County representing all source wards, on proposed amendments to the County Government Act, laid to the table of the Senate on Tuesday, 10th March.
Senator Andrew Omtata.
Mr. Speaker, I have a notice of motion on provision of IFMIS reports for county governments to the Senate. That, aware that Article 96 of the Constitution provides that the Senate represents the counties and serves to protect their interests, determines the allocation of national revenue among counties as provided in Article 217, and exercises oversight over national revenue allocated to the county governments. Further aware that in the case of Senate versus Council of Governors and 6 others, petition 24 and 27 of 2019 consolidated 2022 brackets KESC 57 brackets KLR, the Supreme Court affirmed that the Senate's oversight authority extends to both nationally allocated and locally generated revenue, concerned that senators are constrained by lack of access to real-time data from the IFMIS system for their respective counties they represent, thus affecting effective oversight of county governments. Further concerned that in some instances, data and information presented to the Senate by the Auditor General and the Controller of Budget are received and considered late as a result of the backlog, resulting in too much information not getting properly reviewed by senators. Noting that as a result of unchecked financial information and systems, county governments have continued to accumulate pending bills resulting from unplanned expenditures, unaccounted for, and inflated cost of projects. Now, therefore, the Senate resolves that the Cabinet Secretary in charge of the National Treasury shall on a monthly basis forward to the Clerk of the Senate all IFMIS transactions and reports for each county government for onward transmission to the respective senator for information on accountability and transparency in order to strengthen their constitutional oversight and promote good governance in the management of public finances. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir.
Senator Veronica Maina. That business is deferred. Senator Karungo Thangwa. That business is deferred. Senator Mwenda Gataya.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Mr. Speaker, sir, I beg to give notice of the motion that aware that the Minister of Education, in Kenya introduced junior secondary schools, JSS, as part of the competency-based curriculum, CBC, implementation marking a major milestone for the country's education system and a very key opportunity to improve the quality of education available to students. Appreciating that the junior secondary schools program play a vital role in shaping the academic trajectory of learners by providing students with a strong foundation in core subjects, helping them to develop essential skills and offering them opportunities to participate in extracurricular activities promoting greater social inclusion. Concerned that the integration of the junior secondary schools within primary schools setups has posed major challenges for junior secondary school teachers, including inadequate training on the new competency-based curriculum, limited opportunities for career advancement, conflict in leadership, decision-making, and resource allocation leading to strained relationship with end teachers. Further, concerned that junior secondary schools, JSS, face critical shortages in essential infrastructure such as laboratories, libraries, ICT hubs, and science equipment necessary for the implementation of the JSS curriculum, coupled with inadequate access to approved learning materials and teaching resources, resulting in inconsistencies in curriculum delivery, hindering effective teaching, learning, and overall student development. Now, therefore, the state resolves that the Ministry of Education, the Teacher Service Commission, and the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development should, 1, provide for an independent administrative and operational framework for junior secondary schools to enhance governance, streamline management, and create a more focused learning environment for the learners. 2, Honorable Speaker, allocate adequate funds for the construction and equipping of junior secondary schools with essential facilities such as science labs, libraries, and ICT rooms, and provide adequate learning materials relevant with the curriculum. 3, offer professional development programs for junior secondary schools teachers to help them specialize in special subjects to effectively implement the JSS curriculum. Develop a clear progression framework for junior secondary schools, junior secondary school teachers, including opportunities for promotions and additional responsibility allowances. Number 5, develop a career progression framework for junior secondary school teachers, including opportunities for promoting additional responsibility allowances. 5, formulate clear policies and guidelines outlining the structure, curriculum, and management of junior secondary schools. The last one, Honorable Speaker, ensure an optimal teacher-student ratio to facilitate personalized student attention and effective learning. Thank you, Honorable Speaker. I move.
Next order.
Order number 7, questions and statements.
Statements pursuant to Standing Order 53-1. Senator from Machakos County, the Honorable Agnes Kavindu. That statement is dropped. Senator Hamida Kibwana.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My statement is regarding the rising burden of sepsis in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of nationwide concern regarding the growing burden of sepsis in Kenya, which continues to affect newborns, children, and adults across the country. Mr. Speaker, sir, sepsis is a life-threatening condition that is not detected and treated promptly, leads to organ failure, septic shock, and death. Despite its severity, it remains under-recognized, costly to treat, and a major contributor to mortality in our hospitals. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, the current data on the prevalence and mortality rates of sepsis in Kenya, disaggregated by age groups, newborns, children, and adults. Number 2, measures taken by the Ministry of Health to strengthen infection prevention and control protocols in health facilities, detailing strategies to address antimicrobial resistance that complicates sepsis management. Number 3, the status of neonatal and adult intensive care units across countries, including whether they are adequately equipped with infrastructure, equipment, and trained personnel to manage severe sepsis and septic shock. Number 4, the government's strategies to improve early diagnosis and laboratory capacity training of healthcare workers, and whether there are plans to subsidize or cover sepsis treatment under the Social Health Insurance Fund to protect families from catastrophic health costs. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You have a second statement to request.
No, my second statement, yes, it concerns the lead contamination in soils and water, the silent killer. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Land, Environment and Natural Resources on a matter of county-wide concern regarding lead contamination in soils and water in Kenya. Mr. Speaker, sir, lead exposure, particularly among children under 6 years and pregnant women, poses irreversible health risks. Despite existing controls, enforcement gaps and informal industrial practices continue to expose communities to their silent danger. In the statement, the committee should address the following: whether the Ministry of Environment, Climate Change and Forestry, in collaboration with the National Environment Management Authority, NEMA, Kenya Bureau of Standards, KEBS, the Ministry responsible for health, the Ministry responsible for water and county governments have undertaken the national or hotspot-specific mapping of lead contamination, and if so, disclose the findings. Number 2, the existence of current surveillance guidelines and testing protocols for blood lead testing, particularly for children in high-risk communities, as well as the availability of testing capacity at county levels and measures for case management, referrals, and specialized care. Number 3, details of the regulatory and enforcement framework governing use-lead acid battery recycling and other informal industrial operations, including the number of licensed facilities, compliance status, and enforcement actions taken in the last 3 years. Number 4, whether targeted water testing has been conducted in schools, health facilities, and early childhood development ECD centers, and report on enforcement of lead limits in paints and coating, including strategies for addressing legacy lead paint in older buildings. Finally, the public education measures targeting parents, caregivers, schools, and informal workers, and state whether Kenya has a dedicated remediation mechanism or fund for soil cleanup, relocation, and rehabilitation of contaminated sites. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The statement by Senator for Bungoma is deferred to tomorrow. Senator for Taita Taveta County, the Honorable Johannes Mwaruma.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to request for a statement on pending payment of stipend for community health promoters, CHPs, in Taita Taveta County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the pending payment of stipend to community health promoters in Taita Taveta County. Mr. Speaker, sir, under the agreement between the national government and the 47 county governments, community health promoters are supposed to receive a monthly stipend of 5,000 shillings shared equally between the two levels of government. While the national government has consistently honored its obligation, the county government of Taita Taveta has failed to remit its share promptly, resulting in a backlog of unpaid stipends. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1, whether the community health promoter's stipend had been included in successive budgets of Taita Taveta County from financial year 2023-2024 to date, and the reasons for the delays in payments. 2, the list of all CHPs in Taita Taveta County, including their names, national identity numbers, phone numbers, sub-counties, wards, and villages of assignment. 3, the timeline within which all pending stipends will be paid, including payments owed to CHPs who have since passed away but remain with arrears from the county government. 4, the strategies the county government has put in place to prevent future delays in stipend payments and outline the actions intended against any persons found culpable for the delayed remittance of CHP's stipends. I thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator for Baringo County, the Honorable Kiprono Chemitei. That statement is dropped. The Senator for Marsabit County, the Honorable Mohamed Chute.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, this is a request for a statement on the emerging security and land tension in Moyam and the proposed development of a rapid deployment unit in T2 Marsabit County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53.1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense and Foreign Relations on a matter of county-wide concern regarding escalation security and land-related tensions in Moyam area within Marsabit County, and reports of a proposed deployment of the Rapid Deployment Unit RDU camp in T2. Mr. Speaker, sir, historically, land dispositions and continued encroachment by the neighboring community into traditionally recognized Borana grazing areas have generated persistent tension in the affected region. Despite clearly demarcated administrative and community boundaries, disputes persist due to continued disregard of these boundaries. Mr. Speaker, Moyam is a strategic dry season fallback grazing for the Borana community in Moyale. Concerns have been intensified due to the encouragement of encroachment into the grazing land lobbied for deployment of RDU camp in T2 under justification of combating drug trafficking and human trafficking, and the understanding of unauthorized development projects in Moyam, including drilling of a borehole by the neighboring county of Ojia. This development risks inflaming tensions and could undermine livelihoods and regional stability through the loss of critical dry season grazing areas and also displacement of livestock and issues of livestock theft also. In the statement, the committee should address 3 issues, Honorable Speaker. Issue number 1 is mandate and justification for the proposed RDU camp in T2, including legal basis, intended operational scope, and whether due consultation with the local leadership and relevant county authorities has been undertaken. 2, measures being taken by the national government to prevent escalation, including steps to address political incitement, organized mobilization, forced occupation, and any action that may precipitate violence or displacement. 3, mechanism for early warning, rapid response, and conflict prevention in the affected area, including the coordination framework among the national security agencies, county security team, and the local peace structure. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
The Senator for West Pokot County, the Honorable Julius Mogo.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise to make a statement on social responsibility programs undertaken by companies operating in West Pokot County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order on 53-1 to seek a statement from Standing Committee on Trade, Industrialization and Tourism on matter of county-wide concern regarding the corporate social responsibility programs undertaken by companies operating in West Pokot. Mr. Speaker, sir, in recent years, several companies have established manufacturing and mining corporations within West Pokot County. While the companies contribute to local economic activity, there are growing concerns that many of them have not adequately fulfilled their corporate social responsibility obligations. In particular, residents have raised concern regarding the Chiromo Fertilizer Limited, which has set up a manufacturing plant in Chapareria town. In the statement, the committee should address the following: the monitoring, enforcement, and evaluation mechanisms put in place by national and county governments to ensure that all companies comply with the environmental, social, governance, ESG standards, and the measures established to ensure that such enterprises contribute sustainability to the social and economic development of the local communities. 2, the environmental, social, and public health safeguards adopted by individual and manufacturing entities operating in Chapareria town, including but not limited to Chiromo Fertilizer Limited, to mitigate and adverse impacts arising from their operations and their level of compliance with applicable regulatory requirements. 3, the corporate social responsibility initiatives undertaken by companies operating in Chapareria town and the wider West Pokot County since the commencement of their operations, including annual investment and social programs, priority areas of intervention, partnership with a county and community institutions, and detailed employment data specifying the number and proportion of employees recruited from the local communities. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Julius Murgor. Next is Senator John Kinyua, Commissioner, Laikipia.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Request for a statement on deterioration of Nyahururu Rumuruti A4 Road in Laikipia County. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transportation and Housing on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the deterioration of the Nyahururu Rumuruti A4 Road in Laikipia County. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Nyahururu Rumuruti A4 Road, a vital trunk road serving Laikipia County and the wider Mount Kenya region, has deteriorated into a risky state that endangers motorists, pedestrians, and public at large. Despite repeated maintenance interventions by the Kenya National Highway Authority, KENHA, the road remains plagued by extensive potholes, narrowing carriageways, poor markings, blind curves, and unsafe service and durations. These defects have contributed to frequent accidents and tragic loss of lives, including the fatal incidents on 21st December 2025, in which Mr. Stephen Rufoya Kingau and his son Dennis Kingau Rufoya, residents of Oljabet in Marmanet, perished. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. The current condition of the Nyahururu-Rumuruti A4 road, including the extent of deterioration, safety hazards, and the impact on motorists, pedestrians, and wider community. 2. The scope, execution, and supervision of recent maintenance works with specific reference to the performance-based contract awarded by KENHA and whether contractual obligations were met in terms of quality, timelines, and oversight. 3. The immediate and long-term interventions currently being undertaken to restore the road to acceptable safety standards, as well as sustainable strategies to prevent further deterioration. 4. The timelines for permanent repairs and accountability mechanism setting out when the road will be fully rehabilitated and how compliance, value for money, and public safety will be assured going forward. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Lelegwe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, sir. Request for a statement on the collapse of renal unit services at Samburu Teaching and Referral Hospital. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Health on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the collapse of renal services at Samburu County Teaching and Referral Hospital in Maralal, the only dialysis facility in Samburu County, and the measures being taken to restore the services and protect patients who depend on dialysis for survival. Mr. Speaker, sir, renal unit at Samburu County and Teaching and Referral Hospital is operating under severe strain with only 5 dialysis machines, one of which is reserved for isolation cases, leaving only 4 machines available to serve approximately 20 patients requiring dialysis twice a week. Further, the county has lacked a nephrologist since September 2025. As a result, patients have been referred outside the county for treatment, while shortages of supplies, delayed servicing of equipment, and inadequate budgetary support continue to undermine the delivery of life-saving renal care. In the statement, the committee should address the following. 1. The immediate emergency measures put in place by the county government of Samburu to restore full dialysis services in the Marala renal unit and ensure that patients are not forced to travel outside the county for life-saving treatment. 2. The number, condition, age, and functional status of dialysis machines at the facility, including Y machines, have exceeded their operational lifespan, have not been replaced, and the plans in place to urgently procure new machines. 3. The status of the payments owed to contractors responsible for servicing and maintaining the dialysis equipment from 2023 to date. 4. The reason Samburu County has operated without a qualified nephrologist since September 2025, including the steps being taken to provide a specialist renal care services in the county. 5. The status of supply and availability of renal consumables and related supportive items at the facility, including the budgetary allocation for the renal unit and the measures being taken to ensure patients are not forced to meet costs that ought to be covered by the public health system. And 6, the measures being taken to strengthen renal health services in Samburu County on a sustainable basis, including safeguards to prevent further collapse of the unit. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Eddie Okech.
Mr. Speaker, if you may allow me, I've got 3 statements.
You may proceed.
I'll try to be as fast as I can. My first statement, Mr. Speaker, is a request on statement on the state of the Migori Bridge along the Migori-Sirare Road. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Roads, Transport and Housing on a matter of county-wide concern regarding the destruction by floods.
Who is the chair of that particular committee?
Mr. Speaker, I am the chair, but we have got a committee that I am a member of that committee, Mr. Speaker, along the Migori-Sirare Road. Mr. Speaker, sir, the Migori-Sirare Road is a critical and heavily trafficked national highway linking Migori town to the Hispania-Sirare border with the United Republic of Tanzania. The road serves as a key trade and transport corridor between the two countries and facilitates access to major destinations, including the Serengeti region, while supporting cross-border commerce and travel for communities along the route, such as the Hispania border. In the statement, therefore, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following. The committee, not the chair. The measures and timelines in place by the State Department for Roads to repair the damaged section of the Migori-Sirare Road, including the reconstruction of the Migori Bridge that was destroyed by floods. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, whether the county government of Migori has established alternative routes or traffic management measures to facilitate the movement of people and goods while repairs to the bridge and the affected section of the road are still underway. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, the funds allocated for the repair and construction of the bridge in the 2025-2026 financial year and the affected road section, including the specific vote or source of funding from which the resources will be drawn. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the role the county government of Migori is doing in supporting the repair works, including any collaboration with the national government to restore connectivity and ensure minimal disruption to cross-border trade and transport. Second statement, Mr. Speaker, is a request for a statement on the waiver of Agricultural Finance Corporation, AFC, loans owed by farmers in Migori County who are affected by the 2011 to 2014 drought. Mr. Speaker, sir, I rise pursuant to Standing Order 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on Agriculture, Livestock and Fisheries on a matter of actually nationwide concern regarding the waiver of Agricultural Finance Corporation, AFC, loans owed by farmers in Migori County who are affected by the 2011 to 2014 drought. Mr. Speaker, sir, in May 2011, the Agricultural Finance Corporation, AFC, advanced loans to farmers in Migori County to support and boost agricultural production. As a severe drought subsequently struck the region, leading to massive crop failure and significant financial losses for the farmers. As a result, many farmers were unable to repay their loans. In the statement, therefore, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following. The specific mitigation measures put in place by the Agricultural Finance Corporation, AFC, to protect and support farmers who are unable to repay their loans due to losses arising from natural calamities, case in example of Mr. Michael Ayeyo Ochola from Migori County, who is facing serious auction by the same organization, AFC. And in that statement, Mr. Speaker, the committee should include whether loans advanced by the corporation are insured against risks such as drought and other natural calamities. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the committee should establish whether the AFC could waive outstanding loans issued to farmers who are affected by the 2011-2014 drought in Migori County and countrywide, such as the case for Mr. Michael Ochola Ayeyo from Amoso, Migori County. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I raise this a request for a statement on investigations into incidences of political violence in Migori County. And Mr. Speaker, I rise pursuant to Standing Order number 53-1 to seek a statement from the Standing Committee on National Security, Defense, and Foreign Relations on a matter of countrywide concern regarding investigations into incidents of political violence in Migori County. Mr. Speaker, sir, on 12th February 2026, a violent confrontation occurred between the Member of Parliament of the Suna West constituency and the Governor of Migori County at a funeral. The altercation, which also involved supporters of the Member of Parliament as well as the supporters of the Governor, was eventually brought under control after police intervention. The following day, similar clashes were witnessed at the main Migori town stage at Migori Bridge, during which the MP was reportedly assaulted by a section of residents. Over the 2 days, approximately 19 casualties of young people were reported, including 2 individuals who sustained gunshot injuries. In the statement, therefore, Mr. Speaker, the committee should address the following: the circumstances surrounding the violent incidences witnessed on 12th February 2026 involving the MP and the Governor, and the 13th February 2026 involving the MP and a section of the residents. The committee should also be able to address the status of investigations into the use of firearms during these incidents, and whether the perpetrators of the violence have been arrested and charged in court. And lastly, Mr. Speaker, the committee should be able to address the measures in place to address the rising political tension and violence in Migori County, including the steps being taken to rein in on political leaders who recruit youths to cause violence in political rallies, funerals, and other public engagements. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, I will allow comments for not more than 15 minutes as per Standing Order 53.3. And if you have an opportunity to speak, you will do so for not more than 3 minutes. However, before we commence with the comments, allow me to pass this communication. Honorable Senators, I'd like to acknowledge the presence in the Speaker's Gallery this afternoon of visiting delegation from Daima Institute for Peace and Development, DPAD, and students from the University of Pennsylvania in the United States of America. The delegation comprises 2 staff and 10 African American law students from the University of Pennsylvania, Carey Law School. Who are in Kenya for a 5-day visit. The visit provides the students with an opportunity to learn and share their experience and expertise on pro bono basis to the host organization. Daima Initiative for Peace and Development, DPAD, is a peace building and development organization based in Nairobi. It is registered as a public organization under the PBO Act and is a non-political, non-partisan with main goal being to promote reconciliation among individuals and between communities for peaceful coexistence. Honorable Senators, on behalf of the Senate, on my own behalf, I extend a warm welcome to the delegation and wish them a fruitful visit. I will call upon the minority whip under 1 minute to extend a word of welcome together with the Senator for Kisii County. Each under 1 minute. Proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, on behalf of the Senate and also on my own behalf, I would also like to acknowledge the students visiting and the teachers and encourage them to pay attention to the debates in this House, because this is how we learn how to build economies, how to destroy them, and how to chart the way forward. As young people, you will find a lot of controversy worldwide. This will give you a good example of how Kenya does it. And I hope that during your time here, you'll get a chance to walk across the Senate, see the National Assembly on the other side, so that when you go back home, you can be able to remain apolitical. Because the challenge of being political is that you'll have to be forced to take a side. Being apolitical guarantees you the neutrality. So welcome to Kenya and enjoy your time here. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Onyonka.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say that I welcome the students. They may not know that many of us in this house actually went to school in the U.S. And I lived around Penn State. I also used to cross over from New Jersey into Pennsylvania. What you see here will inform you. It will make you understand why we are the way we are. Thank you so much and welcome.
Now we'll move to the comments on the statements that have been sought. Senator Mohammed Chute. Senator Hamida, you can only seek a clarification on a matter you're not clear. Otherwise, you cannot stand on a point of order. You may proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I have that point of clarification. Can I say understanding order 258? Because due to this, the delayed statements and the responsibility of committees to respond to statements, Mr. Speaker. So I just had an issue. I mean, I've had statements, Mr. Speaker, since 2002 that, 2003 and 2023 and 2024, sorry, Mr. Speaker. And, but then so far, they have not been moved yet. Mr. Speaker, I, like the one in 2022 on a motion on maternal mental health, the Senate adopted these resolutions. But then, Mr. Speaker, 3 years later, the Senate is yet to receive a structured report on the implementation status of these resolutions, Mr. Speaker. So I have an issue on this, and maybe I can just do a recommendation, if you will allow me, Mr. Speaker.
First, we need to confirm that the position you're giving is the right position. Okay. Having raised the matter, I would advise you to let SBC look into it and then make make a proper direction on the matter, because it may not be just one of your statements. It's cut across.
Yes.
So I'd advise you, one, to allow SBC to consider this particular matter and other matters that seem to be stuck, and then thereafter I can be able to make a communication on the way forward.
I'm obliged, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Chute, Honorable Chute.
Thank you very much, Honorable Speaker. I want to comment very quickly on the two statements by two distinguished senators. Senator Kinyua talked about the roads, which is Nyahururu-Muruti. I've traveled on that road. It is really it needs a lot of attention. They need to repair that road as soon as possible. And, Honorable Speaker, the problem we have today, county governments are having 76% of the roads in this country. But funds are zero. They don't have any funds, but allocation on the roads, county roads are 76% in this republic. That is our number one problem, and that committee should look into those things. We've discussed this matter. I'm in that committee also last week. This issue of roads should be taken care of. The committee should visit places like this road, Nyahururu Muruti. On the issue of AFC, the issue of AFC loans, Honorable Speaker, I would want the committee to look at a case study, how traders or farmers on tea, coffee, perethrum, and sugarcane are being exempted from interest, and even in some instances, everything has been paid by the government, compensation. I don't know how they did it. So I want the committee to look at how did they manage to help farmers who are doing perethrum and other things. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, I come from Marsabit County. And in Marsabit County, we are having issues with AFC loans. And I would want the committee to visit even Marsabit and see how our people are suffering. It looks like the government is not looking at livestock trade as business. Livestock trade is farming also. And we have many, many traders and livestock keepers who are in Marsabit coming to my office occasionally talking about AFC issues. And I want also, Honorable Speaker, if we want to help our farmers, let us not help farmers who are only doing farming business. Even livestock also is farming business, Honorable Speaker. And I want to commend Honorable Eddie Quech for this statement. Asante, thank you very much, my chair. Thank you, Honorable Speaker.
Senator for Nairobi City County, Senator Edwin Sifuna.
Honorable Speaker, I didn't get time to confirm with the Senator for Taita Taveta whether his governor was in Nairobi yesterday. Because I cannot believe, Speaker, that we are still discussing pending payments of stipends of only 2,500 shillings to CHPs. Speaker, I was embarrassed beyond words yesterday that we have a whole council of governors sitting in a room where they are being told that as far as the national government is concerned, disbursements to national government never delay, that they arrive on time, that there are no arrears. The same governors come to our committees, and before this house, they tell us, oh, Sifuna, you people pass a disbursement schedule, the treasury never obeys or follows that schedule, we need your help. I saw them yesterday clapping and ululating, Honorable Speaker, at obvious lies. Honorable Speaker, when you are a governor seated somewhere, you are being told that this year, this financial year, the allocation of equitable share is 450 billion. This house, and I was embarrassed to see some colleagues of mine from this house who processed together with me a budget policy statement saying that they are going to give us 420 billion shillings in this financial year. It is our Committee of Finance that said, as a Senate, that is not acceptable. I saw my colleagues, I saw governors who know the truth, clapping and ululating at obvious misinformation, Honorable Speaker. Then, I don't want to name them, they know themselves. They were so embarrassed. In fact, I saw a spectacle I've never seen, where a governor stood up to challenge the head of state for all her bravery and all the problems that I have with Governor Mbarire. Well done for the women of Kenya. You did well. Because that is exactly what courage requires. In the face of open misinformation and disinformation, you need to stand up for your people and say, Honorable Chair, Honorable Chair, that the amount of money we know you send to Parliament is 420. Where is this figure of 450? Where has it disappeared to? So, Speaker, it is embarrassing, deeply embarrassing, that we can still be discussing 2,500 shillings owed to...
Senator for Nairobi City County. Yes, Senator Mungatana.
Mr. Speaker, I was in that meeting. And sometimes it is good. You know, people sometimes...
Senator Mungatana, you're rising on a point of order or point of information?
I'm rising on a point of order 105, Mr. Speaker, of the standing orders. And I'm asking my friend the Honorable Senator from Nairobi. Even if you want to score political points, is it in order to misinform this House that we were clapping at misinformation when he knows, if he was following, when he knows that the correct statement was given was that there was 385 billion before to this House, then it has been moved to 420 billion, and we are 415, and we are expecting that we will push this figure to 450 billion. Mr. Speaker, even if someone wants to be famous, to get TikTok likes, is it in order to misinform this House when we were there and we had it with our own 2 ears? Is it right, Mr. Speaker? Is it correct to cast aspersions on colleagues, Mr. Speaker? It is not right, Mr. Speaker.
Order, order, honorable senators. Order, Senator Onyonka. Senator Mngatana, that sounds to me more of information than a point of order. So it's up to the senator for Nairobi City County to use that information as he concludes his remarks.
Mr. Speaker, as we say in Nairobi, there is no information there. And I want to confirm to this House and to Senator Mungatana, I am already famous. I don't need to be more famous than I am right now. So the things that I am saying on this floor are not to earn me fame. I am already famous. I am saying we saw you on TV clapping at obvious misinformation. Mr. Speaker, I don't know if Mungatana was in this House when the report from the Committee of Finance was presented to this House. It is the report of this committee that we passed on the budget policy statement that told us that the proposal from Treasury is to award or to give counties 420 billion Kenya shillings. The least I would have expected from a member of this House who was present there, and some of them call themselves Mulamamba, would have to stand up the way Governor Cecil Mbarile stood up and said, Honorable President, Mr. President, the figure that Mbadi sent to the House was 420. If he sent the wrong figure, you correct it there. The way that Cecil Mbarile, the only person who had the, I don't want to use the word that is in my head.
What is your point of order, Senator Ledama?
Mr. Speaker, I rise on point of order, on standing order number 105, on statement of facts. Mr. Speaker, it is factual that this House is the one that determines the shareable revenue. It is this House that is the one that passes the division of revenue bill and not the executive. Is it in order for the distinguished senator from Nairobi to take his time here, first of all, to thumb chest and say he's famous, to be populist, and to lie to the public that we take the figures which are given to us by Treasury? In the last parliament, Mr. Speaker, we sat here for over and voted for over 11 times on the shareable revenue. Is it in order for him to say that the final figure will be determined by Treasury? Mr. Speaker, I was in that meeting. When I was in that meeting, I heard the president saying that last year, which was factual, the figure which was brought by Treasury was supposed to be 385. This House moved it to 415 billion shillings. Now, this year, the proposed figure is 450 billion. That is what the statement which was read yesterday by the president suggested. So, it is wrong and premature, Mr.
Order,
Speaker.
honorable senators.
It is wrong and premature for the distinguished senator to anticipate
Senator
debate, Mr.
Olekina.
Speaker. So my statement...
Senator Olekina, just give me a minute. You will proceed to prosecute your case. Now, honorable senators, you know Senator Olekina is on a point of order. How then do you seek a point of order or seek to inform him when he's on the floor? Allow Senator Ledama to conclude his point of order. Thereafter, I'll make directions. If you still have any points of orders to make, you can only do so to a member who is contributing, not a member who is on their feet trying to prosecute a point of order. Conclude.
Mr. Speaker, we may seek to be populist, we may seek to misinform the public, but facts are stubborn, and they are stubborn. And the fact is very clear, and that is why I'm seeking your direction on this matter. Is it in order for the distinguished senator of Nairobi to lie to the public that the statement which was read by the president yesterday suggested that 420 billion is what was sent to the county governments? If we can limit our debate and have a sense of occasion and deal on matters that are being brought to this house, we'll be doing this country a service. The question that was raised, Mr. Speaker, had to do with the issue of those health officers, CEPs. Can we, CHPs? It is factual, Mr. Speaker, that that is a shared responsibility between the county governments and the national government. So can we remain and focus, be factual? And I know, Mr. Speaker, that the distinguished senator today had a forum where he purported to say that whatever was said yesterday were lies. But can we be factual, Mr. Speaker, and say this is water and it remains as water? It cannot have wine inside, Mr. Speaker. We should not take this place to make it a populist gathering ground, Mr. Speaker. Facts are very stubborn, and Mr. Speaker, I would like the distinguished senator to table the evidence that what was said yesterday was that county government received 420 billion. You know, we cannot be sitting here and entertaining a charade of populism. Let us be leaders, and we remain as leaders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Now, honorable senators, Senator for Nairobi City County, your colleagues who attended that meeting have put the record straight. You're now fully informed of what transpired in that meeting, the figures that were discussed in that meeting. Kindly proceed now to use that information to conclude your remarks.
Honorable Speaker, that is some of the most useless information that has ever been tabled on the floor of this House. I have no use for that information because it is a fact that it is not the Senate that originates the budget policy statement. It came from Treasury. It came from Treasury. And, Honorable Speaker, it is the head of the executive who was speaking yesterday. By the way, yesterday's report that was expected yesterday was not to tell us your dreams and aspirations or the things that you want to do. You have only one more budget to be able to present as an executive. So where is this money coming from? The report yesterday was to tell us what you have done. We expected 450 billion in the 2025-2026 financial year. So you cannot come and tell us your stories. Number two, it is a fact, Honorable Speaker, that there is a report of a committee of this House, a report that has already been adopted by this House that says that we need to push it from the 420 proposed by Treasury to 450 billion. So when the head of state was speaking yesterday, he was giving us falsehoods, dreams, and other things. And yet our colleagues who sit in this House did not have the guts to...
Senator for Nairobi City County, your time is expended. No, I took care of the time that Senator Lekina intervened. You had your 3 minutes. Senator Mundigi.
Asante Bwana Spika kwa kunipa nafasi niweze kuchangia. Senator ambaye ni ya JSS ya Senator wa Tharaka-Nithi Mwenda Gataya, ambaye ningeomba mambo ya elimu iweze kuangaliwa na njia ile inafaa ndio iweze kuwa mzuri. Mambo ya parapara, watoto wa JSS wakienda shule, mambo ya stima, shule zetu siwe na stima, pia mambo ya maji, shule zetu siwe na maji, pia mambo ya kompyuta, shule zote katika nchi yetu ya Kenya, kaunti zote 47 siwe na kompyuta. Pia Bwana Spika, nimehusunika sana kwa Senator wa Nairobi kwa yale mambo ameongea hapa kuhusu rais wa Kenya. Nilikuwa kifikiria angeongea vile tunaweza kumsaidia vile gavana wa Nairobi vile drainage itatengenezwa, na vile kamati itahundwa, vile watu watalipwa wale ambaye vitu yao imeenda na maji, na vile familia nyingi watu wengine wameaga dunia, vile wataweza kusaidiwa na serikali, na vile gari zingine zimeenda na boma nyingi imekuwa imewachwa na janga la njaa na mambo mengine. Kwa ile mambo anakuja kuongea hapa ni mambo ya aina njia, ni mambo ya kuongea kwa sababu hayuko kwa broad based, ndio unaona anapinga serikali hii ya muungano. Kwa hivyo Bwana Spika, nasema Senator wa Nairobi anafaa awe na akili timamu ndio aweze kuendelea njia ile inafaa, kwa sababu anafikia mambo ya timu moja. Hii haitasaidia ndio tuweze kuendelea njia ile inafaa. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Olekina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to make some brief comments on two very important statements. One statement is a statement by Senator Chute in terms of cultural rights and land use policies. Mr. Speaker, I'm a firm believer that if this Senate takes its time diligently and looks at the proposals that are brought here, we can be able to save our communities. The community of the Rendile, the Borana, these two communities, Mr. Speaker, needs the culture bill. And the reason why I say it needs the culture bill is because most of their land, which has been set aside as either grazing land during the drought or land which is preserved for cultural activities, is normally encroached by our own defense. And this is where they go in and propose to build the KDF. Mr. Speaker, I really plead with my colleagues here that we expedite and we bring amendments to the culture bill and set up transhumance routes or cultural corridors where the culture can be able to have veto powers and say, Mr. Government, you cannot come here and build an RDU center because this is a special zone for us. So, Mr. Speaker, it is important. I was in Marsabit a few years ago. I attended a cultural ceremony for the Rendile. And the place where they were holding that cultural right, they could not be able to hold it because the military were already in that area. So, Mr. Speaker, the statement raised by Senator Chute is very, very important. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, the statement raised by the distinguished senator from Migori, Senator Eddie Okech, on the issue of AFC loans. It's a very, very good statement. However, it can also lead to misuse of public funds. It is imperative now that we are seeing a lot of farmers are complaining. I'm a farmer, and in most cases, we complain that there's a drought. The drought comes, and it wipes out all our crops, or our own cows, livestock, they're all wiped out. But I think it is imperative that when AFC is giving out loans, as a prerequisite for being given a loan, you must have an insurance policy for that loan. That is the only way we are going to be able to solve this problem. But standing here and asking AFC to waive the loans, it is going to be putting us into a deeper hole financially. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I want to clarify one point which is very important. Because the distinguished senator of Nairobi stood here.
What is the point of order, Senator Eddy?
Mr. Speaker, it's just a point of order, but I hope that it also inform the senator. But it's a point of order. Mr. Speaker, AFC does waive loans for other crops.
What is so disorderly?
It's disorderly for the senator of Narok to insinuate that AFC is not, that for the case of Migori farmers who have been affected, a waiver will be wrong for them when there are other crops, including coffee, that AFC loans are waived for, where there is calamity or where there is any vagary of nature that affects those other crops. Why is it that those other crops can be waived, and yet a member of this house want to say that it is wrong for a senator to ask where there has been a clear element of violence of nature, like the drought that happened in Migori County between 2011 and 2014. Why is it that the senator of Narok is misleading the entire country that it will be a financial burden to AFC when it comes to the issue of Migori, and some farmers from Migori also come from Narok, because we are in the same border places. Why is it that it's wrong for farmers in Narok and Migori not to get waived for when AFC is waiving for coffee, farmers in other places is waiving for tea in other places? What is this burden that Migori people will give the government of Kenya when they get waived for natural calamities, Mr. Speaker? Is it in order? Or that is not discriminatory?
Now, Senator Eddy, you've totally misunderstood your colleague.
Yes.
Proceed to conclude, Senator Baleken.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, briefly, so I can conclude on this issue to clarify the matter to my colleague, Senator Eddy. All I was saying is that we need discipline and we need to plan. When we make legislations here, we don't make them for today. We make them for perpetuity. So in this case, when we are giving out loans which are subsidized at a lower interest rate, as a prerequisite for getting that loan, I am only proposing that an insurance policy should be attached so that if that farmer loses their crops or their livestock, there's a shock absorber that can be able to allow that farmer to proceed. I am not saying that the farmers from Migori should not be compensated. I'm just saying that for uniformity. But we have to be sure that what we are doing for the country is that we are saving this country and not digging the financial hole deeper. Finally, Mr. Speaker, it is imperative that I clarify one issue. Mr. Speaker, just give me 30 seconds. The distinguished senator from Nairobi, when he was now giving his last sentence and walking away, continued misleading.
1 minute.
Continued misleading the nation. This House, it is true, this House does not originate the budget policy statement. The budget policy statement is only a document which is a policy direction for a government. But this House and the National Assembly is the one that determines the amount of money that remains in the national government and the amount of money that goes to the county government. So it is wrong to be able to take this podium where you are speaking on policy issues because of populism, to say that we, senators, who are experienced senators, who understand legislation process, were sitting down and were being misled, which, contrary to that, the information which was being provided by the president was factual. If that information was wrong, I would have been the first one to say it is wrong. So, Mr. Speaker, let us separate issues. When you want populism, when you want to claim that you are popular, go to the street and do it. But when you are here, we remain serious and deal with matters that will build this nation.
Senator Abbas.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to contribute to Senator Chute's statement. Honorable Speaker, as you are aware, currently the country is actually facing a serious drought. And as things are, pastures normally move across borders, trans-county and even the international borders, in search of pastures so they can save their animals. Where he has mentioned the Bayam is actually right at the border of Wajir and Marsabit. Honorable Speaker, the borehole is, Honorable Senator Speaker for Marsabit is saying, is within Wajir boundary. And for the RDU actually is the rapid response officers who normally moves from place to place to secure the country. And they don't stay in one place most times. Where the area he's talking about, the Bayam actually, and part of it and part of Wajir, has now become a transit for drugs. They came all the way from the other side of our neighboring countries. And most of these times, a lot of drugs have been moved now to Kenya. And these officers are stationed and they move from place to place to at least do surveillance and to at least control the drug movement to our country. And it's not that Wajir County has established those officers there. But one thing I want to say, I want to thank the people of Marsabit for their hospitality and for their kindness, for accommodating the Wajir pastoralists. Because at times of drought, we run to their place because they have a better land for grazing and bigger land. And therefore, I have talked to my colleague, my counterpart, that will visit the area and at least we'll be able to sort out this problem. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mwaruma.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Speaker, for this opportunity to comment on the statement by Senator Eddie Okech Agisheru of Migori on Agricultural Finance Corporation, which gives loans to farmers who undertake agricultural activities. When the crops or the livestock fail, AFC should develop, if the policy is not there, to give insurance to the crops or the animals so that in case the crops fail due to vagaries of climate, then it is the insurance that should compensate or should waive the loans. If the policy is not there, that policy should really be developed. And on the side of the government, there should also be a policy to give at least minimum guaranteed returns to the farmers so that the farmers don't suffer losses. The other statement I would like to comment on is a statement by Senator Kinyua on the deterioration of Nyahururu Rumuruti A4 Road in Laikipia County. Mr. Speaker, sometimes the government earmarks roads for improvement or upgrading, whether to bitumen standards or otherwise, but then at times the budgets are not forthcoming, and those roads then are not upgraded in good time. These roads cause a lot of accidents, Mr. Speaker, and what we want to have the roads committee follow up on the Nyahururu Rumuruti Road so that it is upgraded to avoid loss of lives due to accidents. And what we are seeing in Nyahururu Rumuruti Road in Laikipia County is not unique to Laikipia. There's a road in my county, Mr. Speaker, that was earmarked to be upgraded to bitumen standards. That is the road from Bura, Mugange, Veruga, Undanyi, Mtwamogoti, Mr. Speaker. It was supposed to be upgraded to bitumen standards in 2024, but the budgets have been very slim, Mr. Speaker. And because of that, that road is not motorable, especially on the area from Bura to Mugange to Undanyi, Mr. Speaker. What I would request the roads committee, Swomoto, is to follow up on that road so that at least that road is made motorable. There should be some first aid given to that road, Mr. Speaker, so that the people who are using the road, especially from the side of Undanyi, Mugange, and Bura, can use that road. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Kinyua.
Asante Bwana Spika kunipa fursa hii. Nataka kuchangia taarifa iliyoletwa na Chute kuhusu mgogoro wa mipaka. Bwana Spika, mipaka imekuwa mipaka donda sugu katika hii migogoro ya mipaka, mpaka wake wa Wajir. Na vile ambavyo ningependa kuwasihi Bwana Spika, kwa sababu ni mambo ya nyasi na mambo ya maji, kamati ambayo inaongozwa na Chute inaweza kushughulikia hilo jambo, na kwa sababu nimesikia Senator Abbas ameliongelea kwa undani, pengine wataketi chini na kukubaliana vile ambavyo watakavyolijadili na kuleta suluhu. Lakini hata hivyo Bwana Spika, si sehemu hiyo peke yake, kwa sababu kuna matatizo katika sehemu nyingi. Kwa hivyo kamati inayoshughulikia jambo hili inapaswa iliangalie kwa kindani, inayoongozwa na Chute. Bwana Spika, kuna taarifa ambayo imeletwa na Senator wa Taita Taveta Mwaruma. Bwana Spika, hawa madaktari wa nyanjani wanafanya mambo ambayo yanasaidia sana kwa mambo ya afya. Kwa wao kutolipo, Bwana Spika, sisi hatuwapatii motisha. Kwa hivyo wale wanaohusika, ama ni gatuzi ama ni serikali kuu, Bwana Spika, wanapaswa kuwashughulikia, kwa sababu afya ni muhimu sana kwa jambo lolote ambalo linalofanyika. Bwana Spika, nina hakika ya kuwa kamati inaongozwa na Mandago italivalia hilo swala njuga na kuweza kulitatua. Bwana Spika, ni kinaya, nimemsikiza Mundigi akisema ya kwamba, na Bwana Spika, sijui kwa nini nilikuwa nimesema kwa hoja ya nidhamu na huku nipatia, lakini ni kinaya kwa seneta wa kutoka Embu Mundigi kusema seneta wa Nairobi ya kwamba kichwa chake si kizuri. Bwana Spika, mimi nilijiuliza tu ikiwa ninaweza kumwangalia Mondigi na nimwangalie Senator Sifuna. Si vizuri kutumia haya maneno, si kwa bunge Bwana Spika. Si vizuri. Asante Bwana Spika.
Senator Osotsi.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, allow me to comment on the statement by Senator of Taita Taveta regarding the delayed payment of stipend to CHPs. Mr. Speaker, this is a problem, not just for Taita Taveta, but I think almost every county, including my own county, Vihiga, where CHPs have stayed for 5 months without being paid, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is very disheartening, considering that these people work very hard. They are the ones who have been moving around the villages, registering people to SHA. They are the ones moving around the villages, dealing with the patients. And Mr. Speaker, I wonder why county governments do not prioritize the payment of stipend to these hard-working Kenyans. And yet, every year, Mr. Speaker, we pass money in the additional allocation bill. For example, in my county, every year, we pass 43.8 million shillings. That goes to the county as counterpart funding for payment of stipend to CHPs. But the component of the county government is delayed, and they end up also delaying the national government component. So you find that CHPs are going for months without stipend. I think this is a matter that Senator Mandago, the Chair of Health, you need really to investigate and see what happens in these counties, because these particular individuals are suffering. And the most ironical thing is that they are the same people that the county government uses for politics. They are the ones who go to rallies to cheer county government and the leaders there. But they are not able to get their money in time, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, also allow me to comment on the statement by Senator for Laikipia, Senator John Kinyua, on the state of road, Nyahururu-Rumuruti Road, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a serious matter, because even in my own county, there is a road from Chavakali to Kapsabet, which has killed many people, including, Mr. Speaker, 2 weeks ago, actually last week, we buried 3 students who were killed and a boda person who was killed, because what Kenya has done, it has dug very deep trenches along the road. So, and the road is very narrow. So what happens when we have a vehicle coming from one side and another vehicle is coming from one other side? You have nowhere to escape to, Mr. Speaker. This road has killed many people. And Mr. Speaker, when Senator Sifuna talks about misinformation, I have something to talk about misinformation as well. Because this is the particular road which was listed among the 1,000-kilometer tarmac road that Kenya Kwanza government was supposed to construct in Western Kenya. In the MOU between Ford Kenya, ANC,
Senator Kisang William.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, I want to commend the statement by Senator for Mikori on AFC. AFC, Honorable Speaker, from 1963 assisted so many farmers both to buy land and do farming. And in the past, I know it's been struggling, but it is, we are happy that it's been waiving for agricultural farmers. But our colleagues are saying the livestock farmers have not been assisted. Honorable Speaker, maybe the best way to do is what colleagues have said, that we need insurance for both crops and livestock. And before you even insure the livestock, we need a proper registration of the livestock, because if a farmer takes a loan because of the livestock they have, how do you know how many have died or how many are surviving? So it's important they do proper registration of all livestock so that the insurance cover that will be taken either by the farmer or together with the AFC, that it will be easy to account for whatever that has been lost. Because I think this is what has been missing for a while. So proper registration of both livestock, the way we register farmers, we need to re-register also livestock for the farmers. Honorable Speaker, on CHPs, I thought it was only my county because recently I got about CHPs complaining that they have not been paid for the last 3 months. So Kumba, this is something that's across. We need, Senator Mandako, please, as your committee, you need to invite the Council of Governors, we need, and the Minister of Health, because we believe the counterpart that is coming from national government reaches the counties, but they don't release regularly. You can imagine a stipend of 5,000 and you are not paid for 3 months. You are moving around to ensure that 2.5 by the county and 2.5 by national government. So in total it's 5,000, which is supposed to help them even to pay for a boda rider to move around, to check on basically basics, to assist our mothers. In fact, I was surprised by what Senator for Nairobi has said, Senator Edwin Sifuna, who is my member of the Energy Committee. He was the one who signed the 10-point agenda, and we expected him yesterday to come for the meeting to get a report. And he shies away from coming, and he comes here to misinform the nation. He should have been there to check 1, 2, 3, 4. Why was he checking remotely? He should have been there. He should have been there. I think he has gotten used to the habit of coming to the House, making a false statements or misinformation, and goes away, runs away because of TikTok. Yeah, I think he's used to, he's really making, I think he has gotten to that habit. You know, that's the problem of this young people. Yes, sir.
There's a point of order from Senator Ososi.
Yep.
Mr. Speaker, you know this is a house of record. And even as members have been rising on a point of order, I also want to rise on a point of order 105. To inform my good friends, Senator Kisang, that, to inform, yes, that the 10 points agenda was not signed by Senator Sifuna. The 10-point agenda was signed between President William Ruto and the late party leader Raila Amolo Odinga.
So
Sifuna only drafted the 10 points agenda, but the signatures were for the 2 principles. Mr. Speaker, that clarity has to come out very clearly.
Just a minute, Senator Ososi. Are you giving Senator Kisang information or is it a point of order? Because he has not accepted any information so far. I want to confirm whether he needs to be informed by you.
You know, I was rising on a point of order 105 as a statement of fact, which of course informs him as well, that the 10 points agenda was a document signed between the 2 principles, the principle of ODM and the principle of UDA. It was not signed by Senator Sifuna, and that is the lie that has been...
Senator Kisang, proceed and conclude.
Thank you, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, what Senator Osotsi, my chair, said very clearly is that Senator Sifuna drafted. And anything that you drafted, even if your principal signed, you should have been there on behalf, because the principal passed on to confirm that the report is, we are getting is correct.
Senator Eddie Okech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for this opportunity. Very quickly on the statement by my friend and committee member, Senator for Laikipia, who works very hard for the people of Laikipia. I can guarantee you that it's a very good statement, and as a chair of transport and roads, despite the fact that you've got misgiving on the broad-based government, I'll prioritize that road, and I'll come and make sure that that road is dealt with the committee in Laikipia, even before I go for mine in Migori. I think that's what leadership requires. But very quickly, Senate, the statement by Senator Mungatana from Taita Taveta. Mr. Speaker, I think this House should take the issue of CHPs as a crisis. The reason why it's a crisis, Mr. Speaker, every single time that I've seen Senator Boni Aluale, Senator Tabitha, Senator Eddie Okech, yours truly, Senator Ali Roba, go as members of Finance and Budget Committee to negotiate for proper additional revenue allocation to counties. What they have always fought for is monies that are non-discretionary to governors, money that is already committed that must be paid. And one of the non-discretionary amount of money that we always send to counties is monies committed to CHPs. We have fought for this, Mr. Speaker, and governors have got no excuse whatsoever not to pay CHPs because it is money that we fight for in mediation. That is the basis for which money was added to governors to 415 billion in the last financial year. Mr. Speaker, I can tell you for a fact that this is factually true, that the national government has met its obligation, but the obligation by the county governments, they are not prioritizing paying these CHPs. I was in Migori County last week, Mr. Speaker, in Kuria East, to be specific, in Kegonga, and I met CHPs claiming that for the last 3 years, they have not been paid their money by the county government of Migori, Mr. Speaker. And these are people who suffer, like right now it is raining. They even don't have gumboots and equipment to even go through the rain to be able to support people who are sick in their families, Mr. Speaker. So this is something that as a House, Senator Mandago, who is the chair, must take seriously as a crisis and confront the COG to pay CHPs in Migori, in Taita Taveta, and all over the country where they have not been paid. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Mandago.
Yeah, thank you very much, Honorable Speaker.
It's
Honorable
the last,
Speaker, I would like to comment on about 3 statements. One on the statement by Senator Kinyua of Laikipia County, Honorable Speaker, on the road, on the state of the road from Nakuru to Nyahururu, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, to Rumuruti. Honorable Speaker, I agree with Senator Kinyua that that road needs to be properly maintained and even expanded, Honorable Speaker, because that is also the other major trunk link road that links Nakuru, Nyahururu, Rumuruti, Maralal, and all the way to Isiolo, Honorable Speaker, to the eastern part of this country. But, Honorable Speaker, I want the Senator for Laikipia to also be consistent. In the quest of having good infrastructure, Honorable Speaker, he must also continue to support the government in the establishment of the National Infrastructure Fund. You cannot be opposing the establishment of the National Infrastructure Fund and at the same time expecting government to raise resources from nowhere to maintain those roads. So, Senator Kinyua, and you know I have interests in that region, Honorable Speaker, there is need to maintain that road. Honorable Speaker, on the matter of CHP, it is a matter of national concern that county governments are receiving the stipends from national government, and yet they are not putting in the matching funds, Honorable Speaker. The challenge we are facing, Honorable Speaker, is also getting information from the controller of budget. How comes this money is budgeted for and is not being released on time? And this is just a stipend. Honorable Speaker, if we are to do the state of health in this country, the state of the rollout of UHC, the weakest link is not in the national government. The weakest link is actually in the county governments, Honorable. County governments are failing in their responsibility to ensure that CHPs who perform very, very important function of prevention, Honorable Speaker, and we know the cost of health can be reduced through prevention. We therefore expect governors to make sure that the stipends are paid on time so that our CHPs are able to work. However, Honorable Speaker, of course, as my committee, we should be able to make a follow-up and handle that. Honorable Speaker, on the statement by Senator Eddy, I support that statement, Honorable Speaker, that farmers in Migori and other parts of this country that have suffered because of weather vagaries and other natural calamities, Honorable Speaker, their loans should be waived so that those farmers, Honorable Speaker, can be able to continue with their farming. And not just about waiving, Honorable Speaker. The loans need to be waived but also be given a small stipend to be able to restart the farming process, Honorable Speaker. Honorable Speaker, farmers in this country are the most resilient people, and farming is the only industry that creates and
that shouldn't be the end of the statement hour. Now, next on the clerk. Yes. Yeah.
The Agriculture Produce Minimum Order number 8, the Agriculture Produce Minimum Guarantee Returns Bill, Senate Bills number 17 of 2025, second reading. Mover to reply.
The mover is not around. I can see Senator Veronica Maina, so we defer that order. Next order.
Order number 9, the Culture Bill, National Assembly Bills number 12 of 2024, second reading, division.
Also, this one, we defer this business because of the, don't think we have numbers for the division. Next order.
Order number 10, the Public Audit Amendment Bill, National Assembly Bills number 4 of 2024, second reading, resumption of debate.
I'm not sure whether there was a member on the floor. Senator Orekina, and a balance of 14 minutes. If he is allowed, he can utilize those 14 minutes. And if he is not, then we open the floor to other senators. Now I want to follow my list religiously. And the first on the list is Senator Karen Nyamu, under number 10. Who is ready for this? Senator Onyonka? Senator Mungatana Danson? Okay, sorry. Senator Remaratian Ezena? Senator Mutinda Molin Tabitha? Order number 10. We have open debate on order number 10. So I'm following this list on my screen. Senator Okech Endi Gisheru?
Mr. Speaker,
I'll give you the mic.
Mr. Speaker, you didn't protect me. They gave me the mic, but the House, I don't control it. So you need to protect me against members when they take mic away from me. Like Senator Mutabitha has taken the mic away from me. But I'm grateful, Mr. Speaker, that I think she shows the fiercefulness of your face and then dashed away. So I'm safe. Mr. Speaker, this is a very, very important bill that I hope that the members of this House, apart from just contributing on the significance of this bill, including the far-reaching effect it has in restructuring and reorganizing the Office of the Auditor General and giving the Office of the Auditor General some leverage to be able to have some teeth in terms of action that they can be able to take. Mr. Speaker, some of the variable experiences that we have had in the course of audit in the committees that we have watchdog committees in the Senate should actually look at how we can be able to do some amendments to increase the general audit issues, Mr. Speaker, that we have seen in this House. It is important that this bill comes at the backdrop, Mr. Speaker, of the contention between the Senate and the COG. Of course, recognizing that the COG is a corporate body that has got no constitutional basis, so that if the governors want to insist that they will not come and answer audit queries, Mr. Speaker, to the House, because this is the House that makes laws, I want, first of all, to invite you as a Senate to look at Article 229 of the Constitution. And Article 229 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, says that there shall be an Office of the Auditor General, which is what this bill seeks to give some serious teeth. But if you read this article of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, it actually does indicate that audit queries don't die. they never perish. Once a certificate has been issued by the Auditor General, whether it's an adverse opinion certificate, whether it's a disclaimer of opinion, whether it's a simple qualified opinion by the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker, once those audit queries have been brought, they don't die. We're in a dilemma, Mr. Speaker, where we need to give life to this article of the Constitution, where we are seeing impunity, especially by governors, where they have started something that as Council of Governors, they can sit somewhere and decide as a jamboree that they can appear or not appear to committees of parliament to answer audit query questions. Mr. Speaker, what does this House do in terms of such instances that we are seeing? I wanted to ask, Mr. Speaker, if we can be able to propose an amendment that can give life to this particular article in this particular bill, so that we can be able to compel governors, even post leaving their office. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 125 of the Constitution, it does say that this House and its committees have got the power equal to the Supreme Court to invite anybody, anytime, to bring evidence, to bring information, and to answer any queries, such as audit queries that we see in this country, Mr. Speaker. So where the governors cannot be able to actually come and answer questions because they have chosen not to, can we amend, Mr. Speaker, part of this bill to insist that audit queries will just be as alive as possible, even at a time, Mr. Speaker, when the audit cycle has passed? Because what these governors are doing, Mr. Speaker, what I've seen in the in CPIC, is that a governor chooses, like today we had the governor of Samburu. We almost had a banter among ourselves as senators. The governor of Samburu appears before me, Mr. Speaker, today, on a disclaimer of opinion, where there is water service provider of Samburu County, that is Samburu Water Company, and Mr. Speaker, there is disclaimer of opinion. Almost 68 million cannot be accounted for. A number of variances cannot be accounted for because the officers in Samburu County did not submit their documents to the Auditor General. They just refused to submit their documents. Then the governors appear before our committee today, Mr. Speaker, and when I asked the governor, can we go through this audit report? The governor says, I came with my officers who are in charge of that WSP, but they have disappeared in Nairobi. They have disappeared in Nairobi. Even as the courage, Mr. Speaker, of speaking before the committee of the Senate, that even the documents we're supposed to give you here are still being printed in Ngara. They are printed some 5, they are printed some 19. And then I asked the governor, are these your officers? Did they live with the money of the people of Samburu? To live all the way to Samburu and come to this place and account for the money of people of Samburu? How did they get here? Then he says he qualified those monies. He gave them the money to leave Samburu, to come all the way to Nairobi, and then he tells me all their funds are off. All the funds of their officers are off. Do you know why he's doing this, Mr. Speaker? Yes.
Vice Chair, CPAC.
Yes.
County Public, Investment, CPIC, Investments Committee.
Yes.
If you look at our standing orders, standing order 100, the matter you are discussing on the floor here is very active in your committee. And your committee has not brought in a report to this House. So that the matter is active in your committee, standing under 100 prohibits you from discussing that matter now until you bring the report to the House, to the Senate, and then you can move it and then we discuss. So you can proceed with your contribution, but stop discussing that matter you are handling with your committee.
Mr. Speaker, well guided. It's only that I'm giving you an example of where a governor might choose not to come so that the audit cycle passes. So for instance, Mr. Speaker, you have guided us. You yourself have guided us that there's a law, that there's a ruling of the court that said that we must finish to look at all these audited reports by 3 months after they have been brought to this House. And I was just giving you an example of where a governor can be mischievous
so that the 3-month cycles pass without them appearing before the House, so that that audit query might never be asked. And I was giving just an example of adversity that I'm seeing in Samburu of that kind of classical case. So then, in that case, what do we do in this Public Audit Act? Dear senators, what do we do? The audit cycle has passed. The governor has used some machination to make sure that they don't appear. And now that cycle has passed. And that's why I'm saying that Article 229 of the Constitution gives breath that audit matters are live matters that never die. So we need to put in this bill one of the clauses that we must put in, and I'll draft the amendment, Mr. Speaker, that even when we have considered your audited report and submitted them in this House, those books are not closed if we do not deal with some of these substantive issues so that we give justice to the people of Kenya. The second issue, Mr. Speaker, that we have seen categorically in the committees that I'm in, Mr. Speaker, the section of the Mother Act, Section 62 of the Mother Act, talks about the issue around offenses that are dealing with audit issues. So the offense there is when any public officer does not issue or does not give information to auditors, or even give late documentation to auditors, because the auditors, Mr. Speaker, have got 7 meetings that they have with the clients when they go to these public institutions. They have got 7 audit meetings. But then, despite having those audit meetings, our experience, particularly with governors, Mr. Speaker, is that they don't give documents that are required, they don't give financial statements, they don't give documentation that support financial statements, and therefore, the auditors cannot be able to make sense of some of these audited documents, Mr. Speaker. So I wanted to suggest, Mr. Speaker, that we give more life to Section 62 of the Public Audit Act, Mr. Speaker. Because the only thing that is there is a prescription of what penalties, first of all, what offenses they are and what penalties must be given. It says that those who do not give their, don't submit their documents on time, and those who do not sometimes even submit documents at all, are subject to about 3 years jail term and 5 million worth of fine, or both of those, Mr. Speaker. But it doesn't prescribe what should a committee of parliament do where you have found somebody liable. What should be the immediate action that as a committee of parliament we should do, Mr. Speaker? Because what happens commonly in my committee, CPIC, and my chair is here, I hope you will be able to contribute to this particular issue, Senator Soti. What always happens, Mr. Speaker, in CPIC, and I also think it is not dissimilar to PAC, is that once we have found somebody as that breach of law, they did not submit their documents, they did not give sufficient information, or they just refused to appear during audit cycle, we just recommend to the Senate there was a breach of law. That's not enough, Mr. Speaker. The governors are getting used to that qualification, because you have just said that they were breach of the law. So what if they are in the breach of the law? There has to be an amendment of that section of this Public Audit Act that prescriptively gives the audit and watchdog committees of parliament the power to take action. Because sometimes, Mr. Speaker, just by giving that declaration in the committee, our partners who come to those committees, the major ones being EACC, and then we have got COB, and then we have got the National Treasury, the only action they can be able to take, Mr. Speaker, is maybe relying on that report of the committee, once it has been adopted by the House, to maybe deny a county access to funds. Or EACC takes them to go and investigate them, but they never get back to the House of Parliament where these things began in the first place. So whether EACC gets compromised along the way, we cannot tell. And I'm not imputing any proper motive in the side of EACC. But there's a potential exploitation of this particular section of the law that's supposed to be enforced and hold people accountable, Mr. Speaker. I think these are two critical elements of this bill, Mr. Speaker, that I hope that this Senate will take a very critical look into, so that when audit queries have been looked into, Mr. Speaker, there can be action taken against those people who have violated the laws. There can be action taken against money that have been lost. There can be action taken against breach of law, Mr. Speaker. Because otherwise then it becomes just banter, it becomes a doctrine of report, and then, Mr. Speaker, we cannot be able to make sense of how we will be able to recover funds, Mr. Speaker. Another element of this bill that I thought that was very important, Mr. Speaker, this bill is the first bill that tends to actually hold individuals to account, Mr. Speaker, particular officers who might have violated the laws of the Public Audit Act, Mr. Speaker, the Mother Act. But, Mr. Speaker, the problem that we have here is that in some cases, in our experience in CPIC, Mr. Speaker, you end up having a certificate that has been issued by the Auditor General, but in the course of interrogating those audit queries, you immediately realize, wait a minute, we need special audit. We actually need a special audit. Because the problems that are in that particular institutions are so many, Mr. Speaker, that you cannot be able to bring. I could have given you an example, Mr. Speaker, in my committee, but as you had guided, those issues are still with the committee. But there are glaring issues, Mr. Speaker, I want to mention by name, but there are counties, Mr. Speaker, that you find, for instance, one county that recently we were looking at, I want to mention by name because it's still active in my committee, where a whole year, the governor spent 32 million on a monthly basis of 1 million, 2 million, 1 million, 2 million on something they call feasibility study. Mr. Speaker, if the budget of an entire WSP has been spent of 32 million public funds on feasibility study withdrawn by individuals of that county, Mr. Speaker, what is this research that wants to take the governor the entire budget of that WSP and county entity to keep on doing feasibility studies on for the whole financial year? I had another case, Mr. Speaker, of one WSP in one of the counties. I want to mention again because it's still active in our report, Mr. Speaker, where an entire company operated for 2 years, Mr. Speaker, and the employees of that a company entity, were not paid for those 2 years. No salary whatsoever. There's no payroll whatsoever in these companies. Number one, the officers of that company never complained. They never complained. 25 million, Mr. Speaker, in question. Did not complain. They still worked. But when you looked at the commercial losses of the water company, Mr. Speaker, they are almost 53% than revenue water that is not accounted for. So you can start seeing that there is indeed a correlation between non-reception of their salaries and the high non-revenue water in those counties. Because most likely there is water that is being given to people, but they're taking that money away, and most likely that money is more than what they should be earning as employees of that company. So when you get to that kind of situation, Mr. Speaker, yet the Auditor General had closed the certificate, how do you deal with it? I think it will need a special audit so that you can be able to go and audit that kind of firm. But our laws currently, Mr. Speaker, have got no the proper architecture for special audit. And the reason is simple, Mr. Speaker, because out of the 12,000 entities that the Auditor General is considering, they have a limited budget. So that once they close a certificate, financing a special audit, a forensic audit on some of these issues, becomes a very difficult issue, Mr. Speaker. I think this is an opportunity to look at this bill and be able to introduce an amendment that will be able to give the Auditor General capacity to go and do forensic audits where the committees of Parliament have got no doubt whatsoever that there could be a malicious thing that is happening on corruption. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, what I think that would be important for this bill to look up, because most of the classes that are here, Mr. Speaker, are really self-explanatory, Mr. Speaker. I'm just looking at opportunities for us to be able to add on what will make Parliament more effective, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we must have an audit function that can allow this House of Parliament, and I know this one is controversial because there's a broad-based arrangement, Mr. Speaker. We must allow this House to have a bird's eye view position on the issue of debt in this country, Mr. Speaker. We cannot have a country, Mr. Speaker, where 3 institutions that are critical to debt management in our country, Mr. Speaker, and especially the Auditor General, cannot be able to have clarity on what is our debt stock. Because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at what the Auditor General has been telling us about our debt stock, it is almost difficult to harmonize what the National Treasury is saying, what the CBK is saying about our national debt, and what Auditor General is saying about our national debt, Mr. Speaker. It means that there's a small audit function that is critical that we must be able to put exclusively on the national debt management in this country, Mr. Speaker. How comes that the Auditor General, every time that the Auditor General is asked, the debt stock oscillates a number lower than the physical manager, who is the treasury of this country, who gives us the debt stock according to the National Treasury. And even National Treasury, Mr. Speaker, has got a different debt stock with the CBK. For instance, the BPS that my brother Olekina was discussing together with my brother Senator Sifuna of Nairobi. That BPS, Mr. Speaker, that was brought to us here, puts our national debt stock around 12 trillion. Yet, if you look at the data from the Treasury, when they appear before us in finance and budget, my sister Tabitha, Senator Tabitha, will tell you they are putting it almost a trillion less than the CBK. And then the Auditor General want to put that debt at 10.58 trillion, almost 1.5 trillion less than the 2 institutions that we have, Mr. Speaker. How then do you manage the debt that is soaring in this country, Mr. Speaker? There has to be an autonomous section of the law in this Public Audit Act that is solely looking at our debt architecture, Mr. Speaker, to make sure that it's not skyrocketing in a way that is not sustainable, Mr. Speaker. I think if we can be able to improve on those 4 areas, Mr. Speaker, we can be able to improve on the issue of public finance, wastage of resources, as well as the overarching issue that we see, especially in our counties, that make it impossible, totally impossible, to hold stakeholders within counties accountable. Those stakeholders start with the governors, they go to accounting officers, the CECs, they go to approvers in the in the county treasuries, and Mr. Speaker, more importantly, they even end up going to the accountants in counties, Mr. Speaker. Some of these accountants, Mr. Speaker, in what we look at as CPIC, Mr. Speaker, we find invariable issues of simple lack of professionalism, Mr. Speaker. I know PFM tend to hold people accountable in some way on issues as simple as financial misconduct, where there is no proper documentation, there is no proper record keeping by these officers, Mr. Speaker. But I think, Mr. Speaker, there's an opportunity in this particular bill to even being able to correct for the rot of accountants who are not able to work with the auditors to be able to harmonize simple variances, inaccuracies in financial statements, Mr. Speaker. That to the extent that you find that some of these accountants, Mr. Speaker, are not even in good standing with this accountant institute is called what? ISPAC. They are not in good accounting standards, Mr. Speaker. And I think that this bill can be able to hold them accountable as individuals, even before you think about the governor, so that once this bill passes, all those people are held accountable, Mr. Speaker. With that, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to talk much because I'm seeing my brother, Senator Lekina, whose time probably was cut, or maybe he had gone to take tea or take some notes. He's back in the house, and I want to be fair that anybody else can be able to also contribute in this bill. I totally support this bill, Mr. Speaker, and I hope that those amendments that I've talked to, I'll work with the drafters to make sure that we bring them to the House so that they can give meat to this bill. I support, Mr. Speaker.
Unfortunately, you have overshot your time. The system did not even DRS. So you have not done any favor to the members who are left waiting. Senator Rekina, you know, standing order that explicit on what happens on your case. But with the reasons given to the chair, I will use the standing order number 1, Brandon, to allow you to spend the 15 minutes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that I really hold with a lot of regards in regards to accountability in this country. Mr. Speaker, as I continue with my submissions on my reservations on the amendments being proposed on this bill, allow me to demystify the challenges ahead that will be able to follow if we amend this bill the way it is being proposed. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 229 of the Constitution, it is very clear. It sets the rules or the powers of the Auditor General. When we introduce, Mr. Speaker, Audit Advisory Board, and we give it the powers that the Auditor General has, Mr. Speaker, the naysayers, the critics, and others who are tasked with the fiduciary responsibility of ensuring accountability in this country will conclude that it is political interference. Mr. Speaker, I am concerned about this bill, and I want to go on record to clearly state why I'm concerned about this. It should be dealt with in perpetuity, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, if we transfer, this bill is proposing to transfer key audit functions, decisions, from the Auditor General to the Audit Advisory Board. The areas that is seeking to transfer is one, on the scope of audit. The current Public Audit Act, Section 31, clearly stipulates on the definition of the scope of audit, where it is a process which is outlined. It starts with an entry meeting, then the manager and the auditors define the scope of audit. Following that, when the audit has been carried out, there's an exit interview. The only thing that I would support there is now ensuring that key officers in the accounting department take responsibility for failure to adhere to the audit recommendation. But the other thing that I completely detest is now saying investigations, the scope of audit shall be determined by the advisory board. Mr. Speaker, that is retrogressive in my view. We should not limit the powers of the Auditor General. And in, Mr. Speaker, if you look at Section 9 of this bill, and those are the sections that I would be seeking to further amend and retain the powers with the Auditor General. Why are we so quick to make decisions that will bite us tomorrow? Why do we keep changing laws to suit our position? Section 9, Mr. Speaker, takes the power away from the Auditor General and give it to an advisory board. It is wrong, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I would like to seek support from both sides of the aisle in really ensuring a fiduciary responsibility and allowing us to be checked, allowing the Auditor General to be the one to check government. There's nothing wrong with that. We're all talking about fighting corruption in the country. If we mean we are fighting corruption, then let's leave the powers that the Constitution has given to the Auditor General with the Auditor General. In fact, the only thing that the only powers that we should give the Audit Advisory Board is just the power on policy direction, things that do not take the power away from the Auditor General. Issues to do with scope, investigation, must be left with the Auditor General. The only thing that I support in this bill, Mr. Speaker, is the decision to now introduce suo motu approach, whereby the Auditor General can engage directly with ESCC, with DPP, in terms of carrying out an investigation. But even then, the Auditor General will have to be left to rely on the decision of the Audit Advisory Board.
let's do away with this retrogressive policy direction. Let us focus on policies that will change this country into the first world country that we are all craving to get. Mr. Speaker, the way this bill has been, the amendments, the way they have been produced or proposed, is now to give the veto powers of decisions made. Hypothetically, and I'll try to demystify this, the Auditor General renders her opinion. And then the advisory board comes and veto and says this is not the right way. Let's do away with that. If you look at Section 9 of this bill, Mr. Speaker, I read through this bill overnight, and I've been going through it over and over and over. If you read the amendments, and I'm just going to read them. It says Section 9 of, this is the amendment to Section 11 of CAP. Mr. Speaker, my eyes are not seeing very well, so let me try and, the faint is, I'm getting old. My eyes are getting old, I think. I'm still very young. Section 9 of the Principal Act is amended by deleting Section 1, subsection 1 of the substituting thereof, and substituting thereof the following new subsection. The position of the Auditor General shall become vacant upon expiry of the Auditor General terms if the Auditor General dies, where a notice in writing addressed to the President, the Auditor General resigns. If the Auditor General is removed from office under any of the... No, that's not the part I wanted to read. Let me go back to the section that I wanted. One second, Mr. Speaker. Let me refer back to Mr. Speaker, just allow me. I think I've been reading too much. I know my time is moving, but I've just misplaced my notes, Mr. Speaker. But I just want to summarize by stating the fact that I am not for the amendments which are being proposed, because I see danger ahead, Mr. Speaker. One, and I will list them down. Number one, we need to retain the power that the Auditor General has. We need to limit the role of the advisory board. We need to allow the auditor to define the scope of audit, to define the terms of the investigation. I support the idea that now the auditor can move ahead and address, before it comes to Parliament, the auditor can proceed and engage ESCC, can proceed and engage the DPP to be able to carry out investigation where the auditor feels like there has been some misappropriation of funds. And most importantly, Mr. Speaker, let us not audit. Let us not weaken oversight. When we weaken oversight, Mr. Speaker, by introducing this audit advisory board, corrupt governors, corrupt officials will now go in and sit down with this advisory board, decides that instead of me, spending my money everywhere, let me put my money on these few people so that I can be able to ensure that when they come and audit the use of funds in my county or in my state department or whatever, they can only be limited to this scope. We will not be doing the future generation any service, Mr. Speaker. In fact, we will be retrogressing, we will be widening the gap between the rich and the poor wider, and we will be doing it legally. One of the biggest problems, Mr. Speaker, that we have in this world today is that a lot of things which are being done by big people, they are being done following the rule of law. Because weak parliaments sit down, we clap, we don't read through legislation. Just because we support different policies, we don't ask ourselves hard questions about tomorrow. When we are not in power tomorrow, what will happen to that piece of legislation? It will come and haunt us. We might clap for it now. We might be very, very happy that this thing is going to happen. But when the people of my county of Narok are not getting services, because now the governor or anybody else has been able to sit down with an advisory committee and told them that just audit these and not the rest, the people, the tears that those people have, Mr. Speaker, will haunt me, even in my grave. So, Mr. Speaker, with my clear conscience, I would like to reserve my position of not supporting this bill. And I would want to suggest that we look at amending the amendments which were brought by the National Assembly and put some sense into this. In fact, if I were to be asked, what's the point of having the Audit Advisory Board? What is the point of having that? Instead of finding a way that the Controller of Budget, the Auditor General, the investigating agencies, the Senate, and other oversight bodies can be able to work together and entrench that into these new amendments, we are now bringing another layer. And remember, that advisory board will also have to be paid, Mr. Speaker. So any piece of legislation that we come up with must be one that saves the country money, not one that continues to burden the taxpayers. These amendments, Mr. Speaker, and I welcome everyone to go and look and read through them. These amendments will overburden the taxpayers, number one. These amendments will make oversight very weak. These amendments will introduce political interference in the audit process. These amendments will literally make an Auditor General another just civil servant. They will not get any power. It is good for us to align the amendments that we made in the PFM Act with the Public Audit Act, but we retain the powers of the Auditor General as per section, Article 229 of the Constitution. That is the only way that we are going to be progressive as a nation, and that is the only way that will ensure a fiduciary responsibility, and that is the only way, Mr. Speaker, we will be able to support our institutions. Let us support institutions. Let us give them the powers that they want. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there was an issue of which everyone was clapping and saying, this is fantastic, this is very good. The issue of the Public Audit Fund. Yes, but leaving it the mercy of members of the National Assembly, it is going to be very difficult, Mr. Speaker. You know, I think what we should be doing is to enhance the percentage that will be drawn from the consolidated fund to fund that public audit fund. From the 0.2%, let us increase it to, let's say, 3% and make it very, in fact, will save us a lot of money. We'll save this country a lot of money. But we should not leave everything to have all these layers of approvals. You know recently what happened, Mr. Speaker, and I don't want to mention, when it comes to the issue of the CDF, you know what happened in Mombasa. And of course, I don't want to mention that. But when your pocket is lined, then you will be inclined to support a particular position. You know, if the auditor, if we now support and say we have this audit advisory board, and it moves on and it defines the scope of audit, if tomorrow money is misappropriated and we just clap our hands and we say thank you, and we have taken away the independence of the auditor, it is our children who will cry, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, I want to stop there, but remind us of our duty as legislators, that we are here to ensure that we promote legislations for future generations, but not legislations to support the time when we're in office. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, Senator Ososi Ngonfrey.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, first of all, I'll start by saying that this is a very, very important piece of legislation, and this is one of those legislation that I want to request colleagues to pay a lot of attention, because many of the problems that we experience in this house are going to be, to a large extent, sorted out by this legislation. Mr. Speaker, the matter of public audit is important in this country, especially at this moment of time when Kenyans expect that their money will be used well, their money will be used for the intended purpose, and their money will actually have value for money. So these amendments, I want to say that I have looked at them. There are some which I support, but there are some which I think it will end of the Auditor General in Morocco. And I was amazed with the system of audit in that country. The system of audit in that country is based on the French model, which basically has a judicial component to it. They call their audit the court of accounts, where you appear, entities appear before a judge, they present their reports, and a decision is made there and there. If you have misappropriated money, a decision to take action on you is made there and there. And then later on, the Court of Accounts will now do a report to the legislature, Parliament. And the Parliament now, if there is any issue they want to follow up, they will be able to follow up in that report. That is the French model. The Kenyan audit process is based on the Westminster model, where the Auditor General conducts audit and then presents the report to Parliament, and then Parliament will do examination, witnesses will appear before it. The trouble with this Westminster system, Mr. Speaker, is that once Parliament gives the report, someone else is supposed to implement those recommendations. And usually they don't implement those recommendations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, an example is the recommendations that have been made by oversight committees of this House, the CPAC and CPIC, on matters of misuse of office, misuse of public funds, and they have recommended many times that these individuals be investigated and prosecuted. But Mr. Speaker, the EACC and ODPP have not been taking any action, Mr. Speaker. So whereas Senate is doing its job to make recommendations, the independent offices that are supposed to take action have been sleeping on the job for many reasons, Mr. Speaker. So, Mr. Speaker, you find that now this system of audit is not yielding fruits. I think maybe we need to consider the South African model, which has both the French model and the Westminster model, so that we are able to deal with the challenges that we have in terms of audit. Mr. Speaker, the Office of the Auditor General is an important office in this country, but this office has been undermined through budgetary allocations. This office has been undermined on many cases that they do not get the money they deserve to get. The staff who work in the Office of the Auditor General are not properly remunerated. Their welfare is not looked into. And the office itself, they have challenges, capacity challenges, Mr. Speaker. And this is an office that processes 12,000 reports every year. 12,000 reports every year, Mr. Speaker. If you were to do daily, it means you will be doing between 40 to 50 reports a day. And those reports are supposed to be signed by one person called the Auditor General. So she's supposed to go through all the reports, 40 to 50 reports in a day, and sign them. This is impossible, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy that one of the recommendations that has been proposed in this report is recommending that the budget making process be improved. Under clause, I think it's clause 15, no, clause 17, where they are talking about in the event that the Auditor General finds out that there is the amount proposed as budget to her office is insufficient, then she can do a special report to both houses, the National Assembly and the Senate. The trouble with these amendments, which I think I will be seeking to improve it, is that what happens after submission of special report? That is one thing that we need to see how to amend it so that we can help that office. In the event National Assembly does not appropriate enough money to the office of the Auditor General, what do? The amendment has been proposed, but the action is not very clear. But the other thing, Mr. Speaker, is that now, I know Senator Umtata has a case on this matter, the implementation of Article 249 of the Constitution, which requires that Senate and the National Assembly jointly process budgets for constitutional offices. Now, these amendments has been brought in here. That means that this Senate will play a big role in ensuring that the budgets of the constitutional offices, starting with this OAG, will now be processed by the Senate. So in a way, this will enhance the capacity of the Office of the Auditor General and consequently the independence of the Office of the Auditor General. And Mr. Speaker, allow me to commend the Auditor General, Nancy, Dr. Nancy. This lady has done a wonderful job. Under the circumstances, under budget constraints, she has done a wonderful job. And I was surprised the other day when a senior person in this country was calling her names. It is very unfair that the women of this country who are given a chance, like Dr. Nancy, and are doing a good job, a senior leader in this country is talking ill about them. So I want to encourage Dr. Nancy to continue doing the good job she's doing. Mr. Speaker, when Dr. Nancy says 50 billion of share money has been stolen, and the evidence is there, what is wrong in saying that? I have looked at this bill, and I think this bill is going to strengthen that office of the Auditor General. But as I said, there are some provisions that needs to be strengthened to make her better. Mr. Speaker, the other very fundamental amendments in this bill is the establishment of the Public Service HR Audit Directorate. Mr. Speaker, you will agree with me, wage bill is a chronic problem in all our counties and even national government. We have ghost workers. We have people who are employed and they are not performing their roles, Mr. Speaker. Now, with this directorate, the Auditor General will be able to audit the staff establishment in our institutions, in our counties, and that is where the bulk of the money, Mr. Speaker, is taken away. So this is a very fundamental amendment, and these amendments will go a long way in strengthening the audit process in this country and in also ensuring there is no more wastage of public funds through HR fraud, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill also proposes to remove, which is in the current bill, I think section 12 of the current act, which provides for an acting OAG. Mr. Speaker, you know the mischief around acting positions. And this acting OAG in the current act is the principal assistant to the Auditor General. We do not want to have a scenario where, for mischief purposes, the Auditor General is removed from office and the one who comes in is the acting OAG, who is not able to make some decision. So this bill proposes to repeal section 12 of the current act to remove the provision of having an acting OAG and instead have the senior deputy auditor general, who will be the substantive principal assistants. Mr. Speaker, but I know they are currently in the structure of OAG, we have several senior deputies to the OAG. I don't know what is going to happen to the current status. Maybe this is one of the areas that I would propose that we look at it keenly and possibly have amendments so that this bill does not distort the current structure that is there of having multiple deputies to the Auditor General. And I will also propose that maybe to help the Auditor General, who in the current act is supposed to sign all the audit report, we could give powers that to the senior deputy auditor general to help the auditor in signing some of these reports, but under direction of OAG. Mr. Speaker, the other very fundamental amendments which I think will improve the independence of the Office of the Auditor General is repealing of Section 18 of the current Act, which provides for secondment of staff. Mr. Speaker, secondment of staff to an independent office is something that we should not encourage. The current bill provides for the secondment of staff. The current Act, provides for the secondment of staff. This provision now is being removed so that the Auditor General will have powers to hire. In fact, there is also a provision in this bill that says the Public Service Commission will be involved in the recruitment of staff. That act section is being removed so that the Office of the Auditor General will conduct competitive recruitment without having to go through the Public Service Commission. I know Senator Ledama has talked about the Audit Advisory Board. The Audit Advisory Board, Mr. Speaker, the idea around this is that this is just an advisory body to help the Auditor General perform her duties. And she's a member of that board, Mr. Speaker, and two other members. It is not meant to weaken the powers of the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, I also am also excited about the power for the Auditor General to access information from private entities. Private entities, particularly those entities that have done business with public entities and they have been involved in some fraud. Now the Auditor General will have the powers to access that information. Mr. Speaker, let me also talk about Article 229, which says that upon gazette or publication or tabling of document before the House, the oversight committees have 3 months to examine and take appropriate action on those reports. Mr. Speaker, this section, you know, the High Court issued a ruling and said that we must adhere to it. We appealed, we lost the appeal. Now our committees are struggling to adhere to that rule. But our governors are letting us down, Mr. Speaker, by not appearing before PAC and PIC. And I think, Mr. Speaker, this is designed to ensure that the 31st March deadline approaches and then they eventually don't turn up. Mr. Speaker, there is a ruling of the court, I think in 2019, that said that audit queries do not die. They remain there forever. I think somewhere in this bill, we need to amend and say the audit queries should not die. Article 229 is there, yes, but audit queries cannot be allowed to die. Because if we allow it to go that way, we will have a situation where some of these rogue governors will completely refuse to come before the House. I am also pleading with this House to also amend this Public Audit Act and deal with the major problem we have been having in the audit process. The issue of late submission of documents. We have a scenario where, Mr. Speaker, that during the audit process, the entities do not submit the documents required to the auditor. And then they do exit meeting, the Auditor General does his report, issues a certificate for the report, and then just before they appear before Senate, volumes of documents surface. Some of those documents are fake, Mr. Speaker. And then they come before us, they tell us now we have documents here. Senators are not auditors. They are not document examiners. I want to propose, and I wish the members of this House will support my amendment, that we amend the Public Audit Act to say that any late submission of documents will not be considered by parliamentary oversight committees, because they should have been considered during the audit process. Why bring them when you come to the Senate? That has always been a major problem. And I think that is where we have challenges in as far as examination of audit report by this House is concerned.
Why should really keep keen on the lights, yeah? Because we see that the other members who are still waiting. No, just 1 minute. 1 minute is enough. As you conclude. Just one, I said 1 minute, as you requested.
Mr. Speaker, another very fundamental amendment is the functions of the Auditor General. You know, in the current Act, under Section 7, it provides that the auditor will satisfy himself or herself the public resources have been applied or used well. Mr. Speaker, or used for the intended purpose. Mr. Speaker, the resources can be used for intended purpose, but they can be misrepresented, they can be misappropriated, or they can be expensive. But this bill amends that section to say that they should be economic value, they should be efficiency, they should be effectiveness, transparency, and sustainability in the use of public resources. I think that's a very important amendment.
Okay, very well. Senator Koiti Andrew.
Mr. Speaker, sir, thank you for the opportunity to contribute to this bill. And my reading of the Constitution, Article 109, clause 1 is one I would like to read out, because it's the only time that we have. It says, Parliament shall exercise its legislative power through bills passed by Parliament and assented to by the President. And in fact, from my time, the time I've spent sitting in this House, Mr. Speaker, I've come to the conclusion that the only power Parliament has that really matters is the power to make law. All these other things we do, reports, statements, motions, seem to have no life because they end up nowhere. There's no mechanism for enforcing them. But when we enact a law, it's a self-enforcing mechanism. And so an opportunity like this for me is very important, and I thank you for having given me a chance. And I hope my fellow senators will also realize that the only time we have teeth to bite is when we legislate, not only when we pass all these other things. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill is very important. And for me, it addresses a number of issues that are critical for us. And I want to begin by congratulating the drafters for having thought of amending the Public Audit Act after having tested the Constitution for so long. But I would like to remind that Article 229 of the Constitution cannot be amended through ordinary legislation. And so the attempt to claw away the power of the Auditor General, who is an independent office, is one that we should resist. Mr. Speaker, I want to begin with definitions. And one of the things that caught my eye, that's under Section 2 of this Act, is the provision at Clause C, whereby the Principal Act is amended by deleting the definition of the word effectiveness and substituting, therefore, the following new definition. Effectiveness means the extent to which a program attained or is expected to attain its objective, efficiency, objectives, efficiency in a sustainable manner. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the import of the word effectiveness, you need to go to Article 229 of the Constitution, Clause 6, which I may read out. It states, an audit report shall confirm whether or not public money has been applied lawfully and in an effective way. Now, basically, lawfully is in accordance with the Constitution. In an effective way should be value for money. When we come up with a definition that is vague, that moves away from the understanding of value for money, we would like to see audit reports telling us whether there was value for money or not. And we come to a definition that says the extent to which a program attained or is expected to attain its objectives, efficiency in a sustainable manner. We are trying to mischaracterize the word effective that's used in the Constitution and to make it possible for the Auditor General to engage in a rather like he's dealing with plasticine, like he's dealing with clay, soft plasticine that you can just mold in any other way. Let us keep these words exact. Effectiveness, effective manner, when we are dealing with money, is value for money. And I would like that definition to reflect that meaning more than what is being done here. I've also looked at another definition, which is this time is very good. Public money, the definition of public money is a very good definition, and better for me is the definition of public resources. And the public resources are expanded to include state compensated time. That's an area that we lose a lot of public resources. You'll go to hospitals, you'll find doctors who are on a salary are not at their desks, they are in their clinics during office hours. You go to very many of public offices, you'll find that public officers are doing their private business, they are not at their place of work. So if we are now defining state compensated time as a state resource, we should go further and make sure that we create mechanisms of the Auditor General being able to audit the use of this resource in the counties and in the national government. Mr. Speaker, sir, I've also seen another good thing in this act, which is in Section 9 of the Act, which amends Section 11 of the old Act, by providing a mechanism for initiating the recruitment of a new Auditor General before the exit of the presiding Auditor General. We remember the quagmire we got into when Dr. Uko left office, and we did not have an Auditor General for a long time, and the audit reports could not be signed, and all that backlog that came with that. I think this is a good development that we are requiring by law that a new Auditor General, except in the circumstances where an Auditor General maybe dies abruptly or resigns or stuff. But when it's known that the term of the Auditor General is coming to an end, it only makes sense that we should be able to initiate a recruitment process in good time. Mr. Speaker, the bill seeks to retain the office of the Deputy Auditor General. When I look at Article 229, we don't see the office of the Deputy Auditor General created. I would have expected the amendment to do away with that office, because where the Constitution anticipates a deputy office holder, it creates that deputy. I don't think Parliament has the capacity to create deputies where the Constitution does not anticipate one, create one, or anticipate one. We have got a deputy IG for the police, the two deputy IGs for police clearly created. You have got the deputy CJ, you have got the deputy president, we have got the deputy governor. These extra deputies that are being created in legislation, to me, have got no feet to stand on. The Auditor General is an independent office. How can he be deputized? Maybe an assistant or whatever, an officer. But to have a Deputy Auditor General, to me, is something I'm not understanding how it comes about. I would have expected the bill to cure that anomaly, but instead it's just reforming the office. Mr. Speaker, I'm happy about the amendment by Section 17 of this Act to Section 20 of the Principal Act in terms of the budget of the Office of the Auditor General. There's a nominal recognition of the import of Article 249, Clause 3, which I may, with your permission, read to the House. 249 clause 3, which as the gentleman from Vihiga clearly noted, I'm litigating in court. Article 249 clause 3 states, Mr. Speaker, Parliament shall allocate adequate funds to enable each commission and independent office to perform its functions, and the budget of each commission and independent office shall be a separate vote. Usually the idea of the budget being handled by the National Assembly alone violates that provision, especially when we understand that the budget making process is we have got a single budget making process under Article 221 of the Constitution, where the budgets of the executive, which brings along the budgets of the independent officers and the commissions, and the budgets of the Judicial Service Commission, of the judiciary, through the Judicial Service Commission, and the budget of Parliament through the Parliamentary Service Commission are considered, requires the involvement of the Senate. If we have to be faithful to the bicameral nature of Article 249, clause 3. When you look at Article 93, Mr. Speaker, it establishes Parliament, a bicameral Parliament. And where this Constitution anticipates a single house to handle an issue, like for the impeachment of the president and the deputy president, of the president in Article 145 and I think the deputy president in Article 150, it expressly states that the Senate shall do ABCD. The Senate shall do ABCD. Where it anticipates the National Assembly alone to carry out a function, like in passing a vote of no confidence, not an impeachment, but a vote of no confidence in a cabinet secretary, it gives the cabinet, it gives the National Assembly the authority to pass that vote of no confidence to remove a cabinet secretary. We don't impeach them. Mr. Speaker, so Article 249 clause 3 is a very important article in terms of the budgetary powers of this House. We are supposed to ensure that independent commissions, that commissions and constitutional commissions and independent offices have adequate budgetary allocations. We cannot do that by being excluded from the budget making process under Article 221 of the Constitution. And so, I like the section 17, clause 4, which says, if the expenditure provided under the subsection 3 of this section are, in the opinion of the Auditor General, insufficient to allow the Office of the Auditor General to properly carry out its mandate, the Auditor General shall submit to the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Senate a special report to be perused, to be presented to the committee responsible for matters related to the budget and appropriation. Now, Mr. Speaker, there's an error in that construction, because we have, each house has got a speaker. We have got a Speaker of the Senate and a Speaker of the National Assembly. There's no Speaker of the National Assembly and the Senate. So we'll expect that the phraseology will be edited so that we can clearly have it read the Speaker of the National Assembly and the Speaker of the Senate. Otherwise, the National Assembly might misinterpret that and say the Speaker is the one who receives the report, and therefore the Senate has no role to play. So it would be good to clearly state that the report, the grievance by the Auditor General is presented to the speakers of the two houses independently. I would request that that should be considered. Mr. Speaker, the question of submission of documents, the gentleman from Migori and the gentleman from Vihiga have talked of late submission of documents. From where I come from and my reading of the Constitution, Article 229.4, the Auditor General, which I may read to the House, 229.4 says, within 6 months after the end of each financial year, the Auditor General shall audit and report in respect of the financial year. So the Auditor General has only 6 months within which to report. The question of missing documents, unanswered queries and whatever should not be entertained. That's the room through which we lose track of what has been lost. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, when you look at all the audit reports that we get, I'm yet to see an audit report that meets the threshold in Article 229, Clause 6, that says an audit report shall confirm whether or not public money has been applied lawfully and in an effective way. If we are unable to get to that conclusive report because we allow all this opening and reopening, and if you look at Article 229.8, Parliament cannot change a comma, cannot add a full stop, cannot dot an E, cannot dot an I in an audit report. Parliament is only required to act on an audit report. And that should also inform this House position on the question of which audit report should be used for equitable share or for sharing revenue between the national and the county governments. Upon a report being signed by the Auditor General, that report is complete and that's the report we should be using. This idea that the report has to be cleared by the National Assembly has no feet to stand on. The Auditor General is an independent office. This House or the National Assembly cannot change that report. It can only act on it. And so to say that a report of the Auditor General has to be cleared or validated by the National Assembly or by the Senate is to misrepresent the law, and it has affected counties to the point that we are using budgets that are way, way outdated to fund counties. And that's why you find that most counties are struggling with the funding. This House would insist, and I hope to see it in this thing, that the audit report to be used for the equitable, for sharing revenue between the national and the county governments is assigned by the Auditor General, not as whatever the National Assembly does and the Senate does with these reports, is basically to look at the reports and see if there's anything they can act on. It doesn't change the report, it doesn't validate the report, and so it cannot be used to deny county governments the funding they require. Finally, Mr. Speaker, there's a big problem I'm seeing in Section 37, which introduces Section 41A into the Act. It's introducing, the section says there's established a fund to be known as the Public Audit Fund. Mr. Speaker, when you look at Article 206 of the Constitution, it says there is established a consolidated fund into which shall be paid all money raised or received by or on behalf of the national government, except money that is reasonably excluded from the fund by an act of parliament and payable into another public fund established for a specific purpose. We have seen a habit in this country, Mr. Speaker, whereby they establish funds, then they say that parliament will appropriate money to that fund. Money going to the fund must be excluded by parliament from the consolidated fund. And the import of that is that you cannot create a fund without a mechanism for funding it. So where is the money that will go into this public audit fund come from? So, Mr. Speaker, we should look at this particular section and see if we are creating this fund, then where will the money to fund this fund come from? The Auditor General does not generate funds, so we cannot say that the funds will be appropriated in aid. The Auditor General depends on money appropriated by the National Assembly. So, Mr. Speaker, this is a bill that is good, but it requires a lot of work to bring it up to scratch and to make it meet the thresholds that are clearly spelled out.
Senator Mtata has not requested the chair for any additional time. Take your seat, Senator Mtata. You had concluded on your submission. Senator Nyamu, Karen? You know, if he had done that, Senator Osotsi, you are, of course, aware that the chair has a very high regard of Senator Mtata, especially being a member of the JLAC committee, a serious member for that matter. I would have given him more time. And being, of course, a presidential candidate. Thank you. Senator Karen, take the mic on.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Public audit forms the backbone of accountability in government, Mr. Speaker. And every shilling collected from Kenyans must be able to be traced and must be able to be accounted for. And so the Office of the Auditor General plays a very critical role in safeguarding public resources. Any amendment to the Public Audit Act must be able to strengthen this office and not weaken it, Mr. Speaker. This House is tasked with protecting counties and also protecting funds that find their way to the county governments, Mr. Speaker. And we must be very careful as Parliament, the kind of amendments that we are allowing to pass through this House. I have gone through the proposed amendments, and I have noticed that some of them either weaken the role of the Office of the Auditor General by way of allowing CSs or other public officers to be able to interfere, and also causing delays and introducing other layers, introducing provisions that introduce other layers in our audit process, Mr. Speaker. Kenyans expect this House to be able to hold public institutions accountable and not be able to introduce amendments that will weaken this process, Mr. Speaker. I'm calling upon this House to ensure that we do not pass some of these amendments, Mr. Speaker. My colleagues have spoken at length about the provisions. I do not need to go over them again, but I need to go on record as having cautioned this House to make sure that we are strengthening the audit process and not weakening it, Mr. Speaker. And with those few remarks, I do not support.
Senator Manzo, Daniel Kitonga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to comment on this very, very important bill. The Auditor General comes under a specific enactment of the Constitution, 229, and is much recognized by law as an independent office. And it is a very, very important office. And since the new Constitution, other than the Kibaki government, the other governments didn't like the Auditor General very much. It is normal for the Auditor General not to be liked by governments. So when you come up with a law, at a time now, even the Auditor General is not liked most. And this law originates from the National Assembly. The independence of the Auditor General is compromised by these amendments. And in fact, it gives, and at the same time, removes a cross back. And you can see from 229, it says, there shall be an Auditor General who shall be nominated by the President and with the approval of the National Assembly appointed by the President. To be qualified as an Auditor General, a person shall have extensive knowledge of public finance, or at least 10 years experience in audit or public finance management. And it goes on to explain, within 6 months after the end of each financial year, the Auditor General shall audit and report in respect of that financial year. So, the work of the Auditor General is highly cut, and within number 8, subsection 8 of that is within 3 months after receiving the audit report, Parliament or the County Assembly shall debate and consider the report and take appropriate action. So, this touches very heavily on devolution and also touches very heavily on national government. All government institutions are audited, ministries are audited, counties are audited, county assemblies are audited, and a lot of times many government organizations don't like the auditor's report. And in fact, the auditor's report, while this law was being set as complaint of insufficient funding, as complaint of not being given information in time by government, and it is one of the biggest organizations which will help the country fight corruption. The biggest problem with this country, Mr. Speaker, is corruption, and up to now, we have not managed to fight corruption properly. Mr. Speaker, although the ESCC is doing its best and the DCI, they are getting frustrated at times from the DPP's office, because the Constitution gives the DPP the power to enter null end proceedings. And even when the DPP is presented with evidence, sometimes they say this evidence is not sufficient to warrant a prosecution. And therefore they send it back to the investigators. And that back and forth, a lot of time goes, and many people get away with serious crime. And that's how you have ended up with the people being suspected of corruption before, people being ministers, people being governors. They are still serving in government while they have got a lot of pending issues, which has already been pointed out by the Auditor General. And therefore, the Auditor General is very integral in terms of fight of corruption. And if you weaken the Auditor General, you already weakened the DPP, you already weakened the ESC, you already weakened DCI in terms of investigations, then you are clearly opening a floodgate of corrupt people. So it doesn't matter the good intention of the country, the good intention of the government in power, which sets up all manner of funds, infrastructure funds, without being properly audited. The infrastructure fund, most of it will go to cartels. We'll have projects going on which are not being completed. And a good example of this is there's a country, Mr. Speaker, where a lot of corruption is done through projects. That in that country they wanted to build. They suffers a lot of floods, like just here in Kenya. So they wanted to build dikes to control flooding and even dams to control flooding. But that money could not be explained. Parliament could not explain it well. The auditor could not explain it well. There was a lot of collusion. So the people went on strike. When the people went on maandamano on that particular issue, when the floods came and went through people's homes, floods are very annoying, just like it has happened in Kenya. And then when this triggered a very serious revolution in that particular country. And therefore, we don't want Kenya to be like many other bad examples in the world. We want, if it is an infrastructure fund, not a coin should be lost. We want the Auditor General to advise before you auction or sell public assets like a Kenya pipeline, KPC. We want a proper independent advice other than the advice of some people. You know, you get very much worried when the country goes to trade at the stock exchange. Suppose then, out of the ongoing situation in the world, that stocks perform badly. It means the new owners of KPC and any other institution which has been sold are going to have a problem and they are going to make losses. Therefore, the Auditor General's office is very and extremely critical. It cannot afford to be weakened. This law is making it a little bit strong. Then you have another amendment making it very much weak. For example, in 27, in 27, Mr. Speaker, you say that functions of the advisory board, subject to Section 10 of this Act and upon approval by the Auditor General, the Audit Advisory Board shall generally be responsible for providing advice on budget plans and estimates, human resource management, strategic planning and development, and any other matter that might be referred to the board by the Auditor General. Now, the AG, under 31, the AG is a very, the AG's office is actually audited by the Auditor General. So section that one. Section 38 of the Principal Act is amended by inserting the words economically efficient and immediate after the word lawful. Now, one of the key persons under 27 is the AG. The AG is audited. When Omutata goes to court, or any Kenyan who does a public petition in a matter related to finance, it is the AG who will come and defend the government. Yet the AG is one of the people who have to sit in the advisory board. Therefore, it compromises the position of the country such that as much as you want to fight corruption, you want to save the country's money, you want to have proper accountability. My very honest opinion and submission is that this law dilutes accountability in the country. It is very suspect, and Senate be what it is, the senior house, we really want a third reading to do thorough amendments to strengthen, to achieve the purpose of a strong Auditor General and to make sure that the Auditor General is well funded. But you cannot be well funded, then at the same time you have no power, to deal with those who don't comply, when the counties don't comply. And Mr. Speaker, is at the same time, and this needs to be one part of the information and performance of the Auditor General, you have a situation whereby there's nothing happening in the counties. Why? Monies have not gone to the counties to do the relevant things, or they arrive too late when the financial year is closing. Now, how is that county likely to perform in its duties, yet the executive announces that we have funded the counties? So you give misleading information to the public, and the public expectation goes very high, and put politicians into a lot of trouble. You put the Senate into trouble, you put the governors into trouble, and you put the people, questioning and doubting. So I think we should make it clear that county monies should arrive in good time, because the audit also has timelines. So how do you get audited when the timelines have not been met? How do you deal with the former governors who now want to become senators, yet we are still auditing and dealing with their accounts and what they did when they were there? And therefore, Mr. Speaker, we cannot compromise the current constitution. It is very strong. It is clear on the independence of the Auditor General. We should not weaken it. We should make sure that the Auditor General is strong. The other thing, and Omutata has alluded to it, there are too many definitions. And even when you benchmark, we want to benchmark with the best practices in the world. We want where countries are properly fighting corruption. And look at similar provisions, just as I was bearing in mind that we are a Commonwealth country. There's no perfect government anywhere in the world, but a government must be checked properly. Now, if you look at an act of parliament, if you look at the introduction, an act of parliament to amend the Public Audit Act 2015 for connected purposes, enacted by Parliament of Kenya, meaning both Senate and National Assembly. This act may be cited as the Public Audit Amendment Act 2025. Then it goes on to do the definitions. In paragraph A of the definition of the words accounting officer, by deleting the expression in 16(1)(b) and substituting thereof the expression of 4(2)(a). Then by deleting the definition of Auditor General and substituting therefore the following new definition. Auditor General means the Auditor General appointed in accordance with Article 229 of the Constitution. Therefore, the point I'm trying to make with these amendments is that we want to give and take away at the same time. The whole idea is to demean the Constitution. You cannot amend the Constitution through the back door. You cannot amend the Constitution through an act of parliament. It is an exercise in futility. It's a wastage of the House time. We, as a country, have a lot of money. We raise a lot of taxes. We want this money to be used properly for the benefit of the people of Kenya, but not for the benefit of a few highly connected individuals, and especially in the infrastructure sector, where that is where the biggest corruption takes place. We want an auditor who can tell us how much does it cost to do 1 kilometer of tarmac in Kenya, in Uganda, in Tanzania, in Rwanda, in countries where corruption is not high. How does it so if the prices differ, and the audit should be able to show that. And we also want this office strengthened so that it has enough professionals who can be able to deal with the situation. There is no way auditors will not work without lawyers, will not work without engineers, because of the construction of infrastructure, dams, roads, and the like. We have to strengthen. So these amendments are a conspiracy, Mr. Speaker. They are calculated towards weakening a very important constitutional office. They are calculated to frustrate it in a mild way, so that by the time the country notices, we are really on our knees in terms of inability to fight corruption. We really want a law which will properly audit all the monies we have and make sure that every money has been good to put use. And for those who have stolen it, then they must face the law squarely. They must be prosecuted properly. We must strengthen the office of the Auditor General, and Parliament has also to do its part with a lot of zeal and deciding that it must take the bull by the horns. Otherwise, if we just rubber stamp everything which comes from leader of majority in National Assembly, then we are likely to do a disservice to Kenyans. We are likely to frustrate Kenyans. And Kenyans, Mr. Speaker, are watching us. The young people of this country are thinking different from us. They want a fair country. They want a better run country. They want a law which is strong to fight corruption so that they may get opportunity. They want a country which is not overtaxed. And they want a country which everybody feels free to be in and to participate. We do not want a situation because we have a poor economy, because of looting, because we have weak oversight systems, that our people end up working in Arabia, who we should be doing business with. If we invest properly in infrastructure, in the northern Kenya, in eastern Kenya, in Ukambani, where we should be doing the Thwake Dam to do massive irrigation. Massive irrigation comes with high food production. It also comes with, keeping animals in an organized way where we can, breed cows which will give us a lot of milk, and we'll be able to sell to the region, and we'll have enough to eat as our country. But when we have weak systems, then poverty crops into the country. And Mr. Speaker, the countries where they have allowed the big difference between the rich and the poor to be very wide, and we have visited some of these countries. Today I'm not naming countries because of international relations. Kenya needs other countries, and we have Kenyans living in those countries. I don't want them to get into trouble. But the countries in Africa and even outside Africa, where the gap between the rich and the poor is huge. The rich who have stolen money find it very difficult to invest. You invest, you have beautiful hotels, you have beautiful buildings, but you have idlers, criminals, young people walking around those buildings 24 hours. So the hotels, because of insecurity, fail to have business. So what do you have? You end up with an insecure country, which tourism doesn't favor, and it makes bigger losses. It all begins with a weak Auditor General's office, which should be strong and then give strong recommendations and compromised positions to the houses, to Parliament, and then once you audit and you present, then you are able to catch the thieves, and you are able to prevent corruption, and you are able to prevent monies from being stolen. But we cannot make a law which is going to aid a few people. It doesn't matter which government is in power. We must protect Kenya first before we protect ourselves. We must protect the integrity of the country first. We must protect the taxpayers' money. And I am very sure if currently, even despite the high taxes, Mr. Speaker, if people could see action, you see devolution working, you see roads in the village, you see water in every household, you see irrigation, you see big towns, abattoirs in Marsabit, you see new airports in northern Kenya and in eastern, flying food produce, slaughtered cows to Middle East through halal, through the halal meat. We'll have huge market. Our competition is very far, Mr. Speaker. We are the nearest. If we do it that way, then we will be serving Kenyans properly, better. Otherwise, we have no business being in this house to make a weaker law which will allow corruption in the country, which will allow finishing the country. I want to challenge the Senate to arise and not be part of this, and therefore reject this bill, send it back so that it can be made better, stronger, and for the business of the country. And finally, even to get the best practices in the world adopted by ourselves, Mr. Speaker. I thank you, and I really want to state that it is important that other members get an opportunity to contribute so that we don't just have a few people who have debated on this bill. It's a very important bill, just like the culture bill. This is even more important. We wish that many more members could have an opportunity to deal with this bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I oppose.
Senator Mogeni Eric Okongo, Senior Counsel, Commissioner.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Senator Manso, you may take your seat now. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for giving me an opportunity to also make my contributions to this public audit amendment bill that has been forwarded to us from the National Assembly. Mr. Speaker, let me first begin by stating very firmly that we should never, as a Senate, Mr. Speaker, or even as a Parliament, pass amendments that are meant to reduce the independence and the effectiveness of the office of the Attorney General. Mr. Speaker, the way our Constitution was crafted, the office of Auditor General is supposed to be independent to enable it audit how public funds are expended. Mr. Speaker, if we send any signal to the country that we intend to weaken that office, Mr. Speaker, then we will be telling the country
that we want corruption to reign in this country. And let me be on record, Mr. Speaker, as one of those Kenyans who stand out to compliment Nancy Githungu, our current Auditor General, for her courage and for the independence she has displayed and for making us proud of our girl child, Mr. Speaker. Because there are many men, maybe, if they occupied that office, they would not have exhibited the kind of courage and independence that we have seen from Nancy Githungu. So if for anything, in defense of the girl child, Mr. Speaker, I'll oppose some of the retrogressive proposed amendments in this bill that is before us. And I want to tell Nancy Githungu, congratulations. You are often the last line of defense for Kenyans in many things. Mr. Speaker, you know the many, many scandals that have come to the fore because of what Nancy Githungu does. And I think, Mr. Speaker, if we don't have a strong independent auditor, we will not have work to do as Parliament. Many of the scandals that come to our attention as members of Parliament is because of what is highlighted by Auditor General. The Committee of Public Accounts Committee will never have any work to do, Mr. Speaker, if that office is weakened. And I'm sure the same thing for our colleagues who sit in the National Assembly. So let me be on record by stating very clearly that there are some sections in this proposed public audit amendment bill that are very, very retrogressive, especially, Mr. Speaker, clause 21 that is proposing to amend section 25 and introduce what they are calling audit advisory board. Luckily, Mr. Speaker, you know you are a lawyer. You know the history of our constitution. You know that when I served as the chair of Ethics and Corruption Commission, we had what we called an advisory board. Advisory boards used to exist, Mr. Speaker, under the previous constitution. So I think the person who drafted this bill has not internalized the provisions of the current constitution that introduced commissioners. There is no independent office, Mr. Speaker, in our current constitution that is backed by an advisory board. All offices that have something resembling a board are backed by commissioners who are themselves independent and who enjoy security of tenure. So, Mr. Speaker, then, how can we try to introduce the so-called audit advisory board that has got no room in all the provisions on Auditor General in the current constitution? I think, without missing words, Mr. Speaker, I'm of the opinion that if these amendments were to see the light of the day, they will be unconstitutional. And I'll be pleading with my colleagues to go through this bill with a tooth comb and go through it very keenly. You know, Mr. Speaker, we exist as a upper house so that bills that may sneak through the National Assembly can capture the attention of our Senate, because we are fewer. We are often given an opportunity to relook at bills afresh. And this is one of those bills. And Mr. Speaker, I heard my friend, Senator Manzo, speak about some of the most vibrant and strong audit offices in the world. And I heard him speak about the US, Mr. Speaker. And yes, indeed, in the US, Mr. Speaker, the Government Accountability Office is a very independent office. The occupant of that office, Mr. Speaker, is picked by the president, but it's one of those very rare offices where the occupant must get the approval of the Senate. And Mr. Speaker, listen to this. You know their tenure in office is 15 years. And why 15 years? So that she serves long tenure, gains good experience on how government functions, and she gets an independent mind when she's auditing government offices, so that you don't have fear that if I do this against the government, I'll be removed. Mr. Speaker, I cannot imagine how we can propose that the Auditor General No, the Attorney General should be a member of the Audit Advisory Board. That should never happen. That should never happen. And Mr. Speaker, I pray that when this bill will be debated, God will give me an opportunity to be in this house. And I oppose this particular clause. We must move an amendment, Mr. Speaker, to delete this particular amendment in section 21, because it says that there is established an unincorporated board to be known as the Audit Advisory Board. Mr. Speaker, the membership of that board include B, Attorney General. And then we have gone back to what we used to have before. The section says that there will be a nominee of the Institute of Certified Public Accountant. Mr. Speaker, you know that we have made a shift. We say anybody who is being appointed to serve in the public office, there must be a merit-based process on how you pick such a person. And it must also be competitive. We cannot go back to what we used to have before this new constitution, when you are telling us that bodies should nominate people. You have seen what happens. Look at many of the statutes where we have given these slots to bodies like court. You send a request to those bodies. They nominate themselves, Mr. Speaker. They don't give an opportunity to the members of those bodies. So we cannot allow this idea of saying Institute of Certified Public Accountants to nominate a person, Institute of Human Resource Management to nominate a person, Institute of Internal Auditors of Kenya to nominate a person. No, that will be unconstitutional, Mr. Speaker. Even judges, you can imagine, Speaker, judges, as we speak today, there are a number of Kenyans who are going through a competitive process of picking judges who will serve the country. And they are doing so through a process where the job is advertised, you apply, you are interviewed, and then they pick the best to occupy those positions. Even worse, Mr. Speaker, is the idea of saying that some other members can be co-opted to sit in that advisory board. But what is even more alarming, Mr. Speaker, is the powers that that body has been given. How can we take away, Mr. Speaker, the power of doing budget plans and estimates? The Constitution does not know anybody other than the Auditor General. It's the Auditor General who should present estimates to the Budget and Appropriation Committee of the National Assembly. If you transfer this power to this advisory board, you'll be weakening the office of the Auditor General. And then there is the other risk that we must warn ourselves. And I will say this even if Dr. Fred Matiang'i is my president. I'll say it even when now President William Ruto is our president. We must always be cautious, Mr. Speaker, not to allow advisory bodies that may be susceptible to political influence. Let us allow the Auditor General's office to be independent. Nobody is an angel, Mr. Speaker. Today you have William Ruto in office. You don't know who you are going to get tomorrow. So when we pass a law, we are passing a law for posterity. We cannot allow this proposed amendment introducing Section 27, where the powers of the Attorney General are being taken away and being given to a body that is not known in our constitutional framework, an advisory board to the Auditor General, Mr. Speaker. Just imagine that that advisory board is given powers of human resource management. That is so vague. What does that mean? Does it mean that it's the advisory board that can sack? Okay? Does it mean it's the one that will be transferring auditors across the country, Mr. Speaker? How can you take away even the power of strategic planning from the Auditor General? I think if there is a bill that we should show Kenyans that the Senate as people, like the good senator of Narok, who understand our constitution, Mr. Speaker, and who have committed to protect independent offices, we should demonstrate that ability by rejecting some of the clauses in this bill, Mr. Speaker. We should never, Mr. Speaker, be seen to be people who are fearing the kind of scandals that are coming to the fore because of the good work of the Office of the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, if you limit or remove the powers of this Auditor General, the resultant effect will be that we'll be weakening the authority of the office of the Auditor General. And then we'll be letting be susceptible to the control of this external body called the Advisory Board. And Mr. Speaker, you know the fights we have witnessed in this country between occupants of certain offices and advisory boards. I've not seen any issue that can point to any scandal around Nancy Githungu. She has run the office of Auditor General very professionally, Mr. Speaker. If we introduce this new animal called an advisory board, Mr. Speaker, we will introduce some, some friction in the office of the Auditor General. That should not happen, Mr. Speaker. Then number two, Mr. Speaker, if you place human resource under the advisory board, wouldn't you be taking away the power, the investigative autonomy of the office of the Auditor General? Should we, as the Senate of the Republic of Kenya, be the ones sanctioning such a move, Mr. Speaker? My humble submission, Mr. Speaker, as I make my contribution to this bill, is that we should never, never do that, Mr. Speaker. Anything that has the potential of weakening the effectiveness of office of the Auditor General should not get the sanction of the Senate of the Republic of Kenya. Having said that, Mr. Speaker, there are few clauses that are very, very progressive. So if we are able to sit down, reject some of these clauses like clause 21 and clause 27, okay, I'll be happy. There are some clauses that are very progressive, Mr. Speaker. I can see that there is an attempt to introduce what we are calling citizens accountability audits, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've stated here, Mr. Speaker, how sad me and many residents of the county government of the county of Nyamira are, because we are standing at the risk, Mr. Speaker, of losing FLOCA money because of poor management of those funds by the executive in the county government of Nyamira. So I'm a bit impressed by this attempt in Article 32 that points towards giving the people of Kenya some window of pushing for audit on some of some of the areas where it is evident that public money has been misused. Now, Mr. Speaker, can you imagine the CS Treasury wrote a letter to EACC in October last year, asking them to go and conduct some investigations on the usage of FLOCA money in the county government of Nyamira. As we are speaking today, Mr. Speaker, you saw the embarrassment I went through when we were at the retreat in Naivasha. Peter, who is in charge of FLOCA money, was pointing at me and saying, your account, you in Nyamira, we have closed the accounts. Mr. Speaker, I don't manage resources in Nyamira, Mr. Speaker. If anything, after that, I went to plead with Peter and urged him to push EACC to go after the people who have stolen that money, but I have sympathy on the people of Nyamira by allowing funds to go, but we go after the criminals, Mr. Speaker. Because when you have a blanket suspension of disbursement of money to Nyamira, Mr. Speaker, the governor is smiling. You know, I told Peter, please knock on the doors of EACC or DCI. They go for that one human being who has stolen that money from the people of Nyamira. But the poor women, Mr. Speaker, who need to be supported by FLOCA should get the money. And I had a sitting with Peter, and they assured me that maybe by end of this month or early March, if the governor can open his ears and listen to some of the reforms they want him to undertake, maybe the people of Nyamira will get their money. And that's the same problem the people of Kajiado are facing. So I hope, Mr. Speaker, when if we are able to do a cleanup on this particular bill, and we allow what they are calling periodic citizen accountability audits, that will be a good enhancement of the powers of the office of the Auditor General. I'm also happy, Mr. Speaker, with what is in clause 38B that says that the Auditor General can undertake compliance audit to examine whether a public audit has complied with relevant laws or regulations. Mr. Speaker, you have seen what we have seen in terms of abuse on human resource in our counties. Many of our governors, Mr. Speaker, have turned counties to be employment bureaus, Mr. Speaker. And how I wish, Mr. Speaker, that instead of just focusing on these human resource audits to the national government, this is a task, Mr. Speaker, that should extend not just to the national government, but, Mr. Speaker, generally to all public entities. May they be parastatals, may they be county governments, and the likes, Mr. Speaker. Because, Mr. Speaker, people want development. People want medicine in hospitals. People want to see water flowing to their homes, Mr. Speaker. I was reading a report on water accessibility in the country, Mr. Speaker. And the report tells me that in the county government of Nyamira, since inception, not even one household has had a connection of piped water. Not even one household. Just imagine. And yet, when we were enacting the Constitution 2010, Mr. Speaker, the people of Kenya had a lot of hope that if water is devolved, then we will have piped water in our homes. That is something that is yet to happen to date. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, my take is that there are two clauses I've identified that are clearly unconstitutional, that are sending the wrong message, that Parliament is not happy with the scandals that are being unearthed by the Office of the Auditor General. Those clauses are sending a message, Mr. Speaker, that we want to weaken the independence of the Office of the Auditor General, and those ones, Mr. Speaker, should not see the light of the day. The few clauses, Mr. Speaker, that are meant to enhance the powers of the Auditor General, those ones should be supported. Mr. Speaker, even the Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya, who is a lawyer, and she's a senior counsel, Mr. Speaker, I hope when we do public participation, Mr. Speaker, she will appear before us and say it is a conflict to allow the Office of Attorney General to sit in an advisory board under the Office of Auditor General, yet, Mr. Speaker, our own office is subject to the jurisdiction of the Auditor General in terms of audits. And you know, this is the other irony, Mr. Speaker. When we challenge this bill in court and say it's unconstitutional, if it becomes an act of Parliament, one of the responses will be the Office of the Attorney General. So she will be conflicted. She will be coming to court defending a position that has been created for her office through this bill. So I'm also appealing to Madam Dorcas, who is a senior counsel herself, that let her come forth, Mr. Speaker, and make a presentation.
You want to conclude on that statement? Please give him 1 minute, clock.
Mr. Speaker, let her make life easier for us. She appears before us and makes a presentation disowning the inclusion of our office in that audit advisory board by pointing out that if this law is enacted, she will be extremely conflicted as an Attorney General of the Republic of Kenya. With those remarks, Mr. Speaker, I oppose.
Thank you, Senior Counsel Mogeni. Now, Senator Alan Chesang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First, I I am looking at this bill, Mr. Speaker, and the few amendments that have passed through, the few minutes I've been sitting here. I'm looking at functions of the auditor, functions of the Audit Advisory Board. That is on section 27, that says, subject to section 10 of this act and upon approval by the Auditor General, the Audit Advisory Board shall generally be responsible for providing advisory on A, budget plans and estimates, and B, human resource management, strategic planning and development. And C, it says any other matter that might be referred to the board by the Auditor General. Mr. Speaker, looking at this bill, Mr. Speaker, I am looking at the functions of the Auditor General. And Mr. Speaker, I believe even us as the Senate, we depend mostly on the Auditor General or his office to oversight our county governments. And so far, Mr. Speaker, we've had so many challenges with the Office of the Auditor General. And I believe instead of taking these functions from them to this advisory board, Mr. Speaker, we ought to strengthen this office instead of taking functions from them, Mr. Speaker. We have seen, we've had several meetings with the Auditor General, and we've seen maybe them complaining about their budgets and other things. So one thing that we should do as a Senate is to strengthen them instead of taking these functions from them, Mr. Speaker. We've seen, if you see the Constitution, Mr. Speaker, under Section 229, it says an audit report shall confirm whether or not public money has been applied lawfully and in an effective way. So, Mr. Speaker, I think this bill is taking these functions from them. We have seen when we have reports from the Auditor General, we see its office has been sending their agents to our counties to do audits. We have seen whatever happens when the report comes to the Senate from the Auditor General, and we have seen challenges that they've had and also their budget allocations and stuff. And I think, Mr. Speaker, if you ask me, what we should be doing as a Senate is to strengthen this office instead of taking functions from them. When we put budget plans and estimates to this advisory board, that means that the Auditor General will be the chair of this committee, but the board will be determined by the advisory board, whereby it is very easy for the board to be corrupted, and the person who is to make the decision, Mr. Speaker, should be the Auditor General. So myself, Mr. Speaker, I do not support this bill because we are not strengthening. Actually, we are just amending these laws for the current situation, but not the future of this country. Mr. Speaker, if you look at this is section 31. It says that Roman 3, it says that where an accounting officer fails to address issues raised by the Auditor General, to the satisfaction of the Auditor General, the accounting officer is liable to disciplinary action in accordance with A, the terms and conditions of that accounting officer, appointment or employment, B, any provisions prescribed by this act and any other act or regulations made thereunder for the purposes of this section. Mr. Speaker, this provision does not state what penalty is given. If there's any fine that should be paid, if there's any, penalty that should be given to anyone who breaks this law, Mr. Speaker, it has to state clearly what penalty that should be given, instead of telling us that the accounting officers appointed or unemployed, any provisions prescribed by this act and any other act or regulations made thereunder for the purposes of this section. So it does not state any penalty, what amount, what fine should be paid. So, Mr. Speaker, this bill, I think we should look at it very keenly, because we are just taking functions from the Auditor General. For me, we should be looking at strengthening it. We should be looking at making laws that, like how we can put forensic audit, or merging it with other government agencies, so that they can be able to achieve their mandate as auditors, Mr. Speaker. And when we take these functions from them, Mr. Speaker, that means we are weakening oversight of our institutions. That makes it, it weakens the Auditor General and does not strengthen it. So, Mr. Speaker, I think we should, personally, I do not support these few amendments of this bill. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, honorable members. Senator Alan Chesang, when the House resumes, you will be having 12 minutes to conclude on your contribution to the bill. Now, honorable senators, it's now 6:30 p.m., time to adjourn the Senate. The Senate, therefore, stands adjourned until tomorrow, Thursday, 12th of March, 2026, at 2:30 p.m.